Did you know the Muffin
what
Man?
What are you doing?
Did
yes, he lived on Drury Lane.
Lived.
He was married to. She was married to the Muffin Man. Let's not do this right now. You're the one who has a limit today. Anyways,
Yep.
Goodbye. Hi, everybody.
Goodbye, everybody. I got him.
Hi, everybody.
I got him.
Stop it. Welcome back to Starlost Seas. I'm Cryolane. I'm your DM. I'm holding it together, I promise. This is the party. It's this direction now, right?
It's always been that direction.
I don't know. Anyway. Last time
You
on
okay,
Starlost...
man?
No.
Talk about it.
I'm trying to hold it in. Last time on Starlost Seas, we had a really long session that then got split into 2 episodes. So I'm gonna do that session, which is the last 2 episodes. So stay with me. You all were awoken by Hush returning to the inn, waking you up as the Embered attacks you. Twink, in an alleyway with a mysterious woman, engaged with the person who had summoned them, and after a lot of combat and your in-room being burnt to pieces, eventually the warlock that was summoning them was defeated by Twink, and all of the Embered vanished after leaving a number of you injured and leaving the mysterious woman unconscious. Twink healed her, and upon healing her, she revealed that she was the mysterious wife of Delilah, who avoids showing her face to the public, both out of discomfort and out of personal safety, and that she is on a mission to keep watch over Raven's Perch and see if there are any strange goings-on in the city, and she happened upon you all. Twink and her return to the inn, where using a magical item, she contacts Delilah, who reveals that she has been attempting to communicate with Hush for the week and a half that you guys have been away from the city of Fort Dawn, and despite Hush thinking he just wasn't getting any answers, there is something blocking the communication between the two of them, despite the fact that should be working just fine, and his other forms of communication are all working just fine. Twink lords over the fact that he saved Delilah's wife, which irks her to no extent. And she reaffirms your guys' mission to move on, and eventually, after you go to Isazvaengar and get your ship, move south, and meet up with Lord Drenus to attempt to sway him to the side of Matthias. You all have about a week until coronation. So, well, a week. You have a week as of this day. You all rested after Dolus experimented a bit more with his ring powers, and then discovered he can shapeshift to a minor extent, being able to get normal human hands with all the proper number of fingers, add an eyeball here or there, adjust his height a little bit. More and more mysteries abound with both of the bird twins. Not twins, siblings.
Bird twins.
I'm holding
They're
it together.
twins?
Just stop.
A new mystery has been revealed.
I'm trying.
It's okay, man. Take your time.
I'm taking my time. There's so much. There's always so much. So you guys all
Deep
rest.
breaths.
The next morning, as you wake up, you head out to go shopping so you can get everything you need here in Raven's Perch before you leave the city. As until you get to the city of Fort Dawn, this is the place to go for shopping for any sort of intellectual or magical thing. So, some of you go and get warm weather clothes, get all kitted out for the rest of the journey. It is going to only get colder as you move a little bit further northwest, and the pair of Alina and Doc go and get a number of books, both for Alina, for Doc, and some for Lotus, that Dolus really doesn't want her to read.
We borrowed them.
They stole them. Alina stole them. Well, I mean,
Borrowed.
she paid the rental fee. She's just not going to return them. You can return yours, and then they're borrowed. Twink, meanwhile, took a rune stone and some raw glass, found a forge, and formed his own magical orb for purposes still unknown. And you all went to a magic shop bought a number of things. Lotus bought a new mask, a red dragon, not too dissimilar to the Oni mask that Matthias wears. Everybody else got various things. You all met the merchant Milnas, a Yavalis, a strange pangolin-like race that none of you had ever encountered before. And then my internet started to die, so it was just entirely hectic, and we ended right about there with me trying to shout through some closing moments. So we are gonna pick up after you guys have all reconvened back at the stables. Ardlin is there. You are loading everything up into your carriage. All of your purchases have been made, and people are giggling. And we're gonna pick up as you guys are getting all set to go. Is there anything you want to do or say, or anything going on? What happened? What am I missing? Why has everybody got a big grin on their face?
I don't know what's going on.
I'm grinning because everybody else is grinning.
I was having a good time.
That's good. I'm glad.
I was thinking about the little dude that we encountered.
Yeah.
Can you do more of his voice? Can we just get like a segment of Milna's?
Hello, I am
We
Milna.
did. We had a segment of Milnas. It was called Last Session.
For like an hour.
You come back to Raven's Perch after you finish this little arc, and maybe you'll find Milnus again.
Sick.
Oh no,
I hope
Milnas
hang out with
died, guys.
I hope
He
he's the
died.
merchant that just like shows up in random spots. Like he's just like behind a
Yeah.
tree one day, and we're
You
like,
guys
"Hey,
you're like hanging out in Dragon Lost 20 sessions from now. That was a soda. Ignore me.
Okay.
You're hanging out in Dragon Lost like 20 sessions from now, and all of a sudden, out from behind a palm tree, just hello, it is Milna. Just like
It's
punt
so-
him down the beach.
It's so funny to me how you tried to like subtly open that soda can while you were talking, and
I
it didn't work.
I did not.
It cut through your voice.
Anyway, I think we're getting in the cart."
All right, everybody all loading up. Perfect. Mara, I assume you're gonna take the reins as you were wont to.
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys all get loaded into the cart. Is anyone gonna sit up front with Mara?
I want to read, so no.
Damn, all right, I see how it is.
I'll sit in front with Mara. I do that.
No, I'm alone. Get out of here.
Fuck off.
All right, damn, no, I understand why no one wants to. Fuck.
Fine,
So-
I'll sit in the back. That's why you're not getting a blanket, bitch.
Damn.
I started.
Ardlin, Ardlin is still hanging out with you. She offers helping hands to get everybody into the carriage, sort of like you just, instead of grabbing onto like the bar to pull up, she just like offers a hand and helps everybody up. And then as everybody gets all loaded up, she's just like, "Okay, so don't die, I suppose.
Same to you, I guess.
Bye.
If all goes well, I'll see you guys probably. Maybe not. I don't know.
Where are you going to, the coronation?
I mean, technically my wife has a +1, but I don't know if she really wants me to go, considering there might be combat.
Okay.
But also,
Well-
I mean, she's not the boss of me, so I might just go. Because she thinks that she's tough enough to handle anything if it happens. I shouldn't say this in front of other people. She looks...
Don't worry, I'll take care of her.
I think she would hate that more than dying.
I know it'll be great.
Thank you for all your help. Awesome.
Stay safe.
Bye.
course.
Bye.
I'll send a message if I find anything important.
Sounds good.
She is about to close the door and she opens it up again. You're going to Isazvaengar?
Yeah.
There's going to be a checkpoint along the road there. So just be careful. They'll probably want to search the cart.
All right.
Try not
Thank
to
you.
stir up trouble. Try not
Thank
to
you.
stir up trouble.
Will do.
She gives you one more nod, and she closes the door. And you watch through the little window of the carriage as she just walks off into an alleyway.
She's cool.
Yeah.
Super cool.
Do you think we'll ever see her again?
I hope so.
Maybe after the coronation.
Do you think we can move her to Twintania?
No.
No.
We can't really
Absolutely
move
not.
people there if they don't want to go.
We're not running a zoo, Lotus.
Well, I mean, recruit is the word.
We should start a zoo.
What would we
We
put
have a
in the
lot of
zoo?
boar.
That would be a very boring zoo.
We could just get a bunch of carnivores and feed them all boar.
True.
I could talk them all into going into our zoo.
We're starting a zoo.
What if the boar
Delilah,
ruined
we
them?
bought a zoo.
We have to get rid of the boar first.
But I thought we
Hell
just
no.
said we would use the boar as coercion
But
for
our
the zoo.
boar is also our food, so
Can
Mara, do you
also-
think that you could eventually, be friends with boar again?
No,
Oh,
What happened with Boar?
it's a long story.
I don't know what the story is. All I know is that every boar on our island wants him dead.
It's kind of funny.
I was even the one who killed most of them.
But
It's
you
true, it
lied
was
to
me.
them.
Why do
I
they
was the
hate
one who killed
me?
most of them. Well,
I
because,
tried being friends.
They
well, no,
trusted
didn't.
you.
You coerced them into sort of like a grouping where I killed them. They don't. I'm assuming they hate me as well. They just also know that I will kill them.
Well, it seems more like they fear you.
so
Fear, hatred sort of go hand in hand sometimes.
So if Mara goes back and kills a bunch of boar, like bing bang boom, then maybe they will stop trying to.
No, we
That-
did that,
that
though.
didn't
You
work,
remember
yeah.
we did that, Lotus. That happened.
What
we
if,
did
what if
go
Mara,
back and kill a bunch of boar.
What if he makes Boar
What?
and they think of him as his mother?
Friends!
Well, maybe the boar that he creates will,
But then they'll know
like
that he
him.
can make Boar, and
No.
Didn't he make a
No.
boar and that one
No.
also hated him?
I no longer want a zoo.
On that note, you all set out of Raven's Perch. The trip out is fine. It's overcast, as is becoming, sort of the norm. You get the idea, as I mentioned a little while ago, that you are properly entering the rainy or snowy season of the late autumn, early winter. And so, yeah.
Can I start reading the book that I told you I was gonna? I literally can't see what book it is. My right monitor is gone.
You can. Also, you really need to get a new monitor, my guy.
I would really like to have the money to get a new monitor.
Buy a cheap one from Walmart. Tuck it up. Settle for 1080. Anyways, yes, Ray.
Lotus wants to start changing, or I guess putting on the wintry clothes that we got.
Okay. It's fine.
I assumed we did that before we got on the carriage. Because
Um,
if we didn't do that, then I'll also
Yeah.
start doing that.
Yeah.
I assumed we put them on when we bought them.
I'll say you guys put on the overcoats and everything when you got them, and you can just put on the various accessories now, including your little not quite shoes.
Warm.
How much warmer do we feel, Cryo?
You feel significantly warmer. I mean, you have layers on that just weren't there before. It's like putting. I mean, it's really easy to say this. It's like putting on a coat in winter.
Oh, wow.
Awesome.
Go figure.
And pants.
Cryo, what book am I reading?
What book are you reading? What do you mean? You have many books.
I can't see it. I
Which
gave you
one
an
did
order.
pick?
Move it to the other monitor.
I can't find the Discord window.
Oh my god! Don't worry about it right now. We'll get to your book in a minute.
Okay.
Lotus.
Yeah?
I'm connecting only to Lotus.
Okay.
They respond back.
Come sit by me. Come spend me,
Okay.
Professor.
Hi.
Hey, here, take this.
What is
I
it?
hand something over. I'm gonna message you what it is.
Okay. Oh. How did you? Huh?
Hush.
Yes, that's you.
So we're all sitting in the back of a carriage together, right?
And Hush and Lotus are just looking at each other.
And then he just starts throwing a ball.
Do like the
We're
cat
in-
thing where I just looking back and
We're in a
forth.
very small carriage.
That's moving.
I start making it go fast.
Okay, make a deck check.
I guess it would just be hitting
Yes,
the wall.
you're throwing a ball.
Oh, yeah.
Hey,
It's
man,
a
relatively.
9 plus 8, 17. No, that's save. Sorry.
Whoa.
That's save. That's
I was
I
like,
was
you
like, whoa, what the hell is your
13.
score?
13.
like, what bullshit are you adding to this?
Oh, sorry, that was a save.
just out of curiosity, what's the order you're all sitting in back here?
Well, it's Hush and Lotus is next to him now because they're
Yeah.
being
Okay.
sneaky.
So I assume
Lotus.
Dolus is there, and then I'm gonna guess Doc,
Yeah.
Alina, and Twink because
Sure.
there's the other bench. Okay. So Doc is sitting across from Hush,
Oh, here we go.
and the ball bings off the carriage like twice, and you're like, Hush, we're in a small, and you just take it to the face immediately.
Just
Like the ball smacks you clear in the schnoz. It's not that hard. It doesn't really hurt. It's more like one of those moments of just like, "Thum, ah, wah. Like
Yeah,
that's what I
just-
meant.
Ah!
See the ball like float, just slowly float back to Hush.
Doc,
Put
have
it
you ever
away.
thought about learning how to catch like things that are coming towards you?
Have you ever thought about? Never mind. You're a child.
Ever thought about what?
Nothing.
Catch.
You throw it at me again?
Yeah.
Can I catch it, Cryo? Do I have to make a
that's all.
check? Great.
You're
Yeah.
You're ready. You're good.
Doc just kind of like. Thank you, Hush.
Throw it back.
Doc just kind of like underhand lobs it to him.
Right.
All right, here's one more. He throws it at you, and as you're about to catch it, it just stops right before your hand. Hey, look
Okay.
this up so it didn't hit you in the face.
Thank you.
You guys gonna play catch in the back of the carriage?
For a little bit, sure. Why not?
There
He
you
can
go.
slow it down.
You guys, yeah. I'm like, you guys start playing catch, and Doc is now aptly prepared to not get hit in the face. Also, Hush, now that you are adjusted to the cart moving, you can still bounce it without hitting Doc in the face.
But I want to. No.
Hey.
You can do that too. You've adjusted.
No, he's you see him kind of like start beaming a little bit as you're playing catch with him. It actually makes him very happy,
Aw.
Yay.
and he's
Good.
gonna play catch with you as long as possible.
I would say probably 20 minutes in, Doc is gonna like catch it and go like, okay, I did get some books though, and I want to read for a little bit, so play a bit after. Cool. And tosses it back.
Slowly floats in front of Dolus's face.
Dolus is like to the right of you.
Yeah.
Just floats it in front of Lotus, pretty much.
Just clean past Lotus in front of Dole.
Dolus is like leaned back completely, just sort of like with a blanket, trying to just like, maybe catch a couple Z's. Ball just floats in front of his face. Slowly turn over to Hush.
Hush runs to the other side of the carriage.
Oh.
Can't. There's not running
What are you-
room. It's
You stand
carrying.
up and you sit on the other side.
Yeah.
You hop.
I mean, he's a small boy. He's got a little bit.
This
More.
is a carriage.
It's a
I-
couch. I think
I-
Carriage. You're in a
It is like
We're not in,
two
like, a
couches
train.
sitting directly in
Okay.
front of each other.
So you
Bop,
jump, you like bop. Lotus Hush like basically hop crawls over you, and you're like and then over Dolus the exact same thing. Just swap just one end. You all kind of have to shift, like not a full seat, but you have to kind of like shift half your butt a distance.
He just sits there and throws the ball to Dulles.
You're just like next to Dolus, tossing the ball back and forth.
Okay.
All right.
Just as
I
as
play
long as possible.
catch. As long as possible.
As long as, but until Dolus eventually is just like no.
Exactly.
After a bit of time, I catch it, just put it my arm under my blanket and keep it
Please.
there.
Please.
If you can't speak, you also can't.
No, please give it back. Thank you. He just sits there with his ball then.
Nice.
That was fun.
Cool.
You guys had a nice game of catch in the back
I
of the
bet.
carriage. After a few hours of travel, the area you get to starts to condense with trees. You're entering sort of like a taiga biome, sort of similar to a Siberian style forest. Lots of big coniferous trees that are all caked in snow. The path you're on is still decently worn, but much less so than the path between Raven's Perch and Valorfall. And it is getting starkly colder as this trail takes a route that is both slightly uphill and slightly northward. So you are going from a straight west shot to the northwest. And a little while in, and through these thick trees, you do, Mara, far ahead, see what looks to be like a gate almost. It looks more like an archway that can shut if needs be, but not really like a wall of any sort. You get the idea that is the border between Raven's Perch and Isazvaengar, the two counties.
Walk back. Nearing the border.
Okay. Let me know when we get there. I'll come up.
How close are we? Is this just close enough that I would just be like,
You guys are gonna be there in like less than 2 minutes. You can see it if you're traveling at your current speed.
Well, I mean, like we're right there.
Oh, then stop the cart for a second. I'll get up front.
Okay. So, all right, you move up front, and the cart starts again, continues on.
I want to pipe up and say, so that lady said that they're doing like a check.
Yeah.
Like a-
Yes.
I can only turn invisible. I can't really change how I look again because I already did that today.
Put on your mask. Wear a blanket.
Okay. What about my feet?
It's a long blanket.
It's a big blanket.
Okay.
Fair.
I'll disguise myself.
You disguise yourself. You become a human
Dolus
Dolus.
become human.
You become Dolman.
Menace.
Menace.
Humanus. The
Get
Humanus. Yes. So you become human Dolus. Lotus sort of bundles up, has her mask on. Everybody gets set as you guys approach. There are a number of guards, including some of those soldiers that you guys recognized as being not local. and one of them does start sort of waving his hand as you guys are approaching, sort of indicating for you to slow down, Mara.
Evening,
It's-
fellas. Sorry.
Oh, you're fine. But it's like a fairly fortified, like, wooden arch you can see off going out into the forest, sort of lined spikes, not quite a fence, but it's like it clearly would stop a full carriage from just veering off. Definitely long enough for them to intercept. And there are two like archery towers on top of either, and you see a bunch of archers in either of them and a number of people on the ground. Guy just walks up. Hello. What brings you so far north today, travelers?
We're bounty hunters. Currently looking to help out a little bit in, fairly trivial times.
Understandable. The only way for you to keep working, I suppose. And by order of our current overseer, pathway between these two counties is restricted to some extent until after the coronation. I will have to do a full search of your vehicle.
All right.
Fantastic. If I could ask both of you to step down.
We do have other passengers, so you are aware.
If you could ask them to step out, please.
Gotcha. And Doc kind of steps down and goes over, because there are two doors, right?
Yeah, there's a door on either side.
He goes to the door that's closer to Lotus and opens it and goes, "I'll carry you. Come on."
Okay.
And kind of
Pick
piggybacks
Lotus
Lotus, making sure to keep her feet covered by the blanket.
Okay. And you get out. He's like, citizens, please line up. And he like sets off to like a little ways away from the road. Everybody gets in line.
I just want you to know this whole time I'm polishing the glass orb that I made.
Pondering his orb.
Polishing.
Pondering his orb.
No, polishing.
He's pondering that orb, the glass one.
I'm pondering killing K and polishing.
Polishing my knife.
Pollinating.
I'm pollinating.
I'm pollinating my
Please don't
orb.
pollinate the
I am
orb.
polluting the area.
You guys line up. They don't mind that you're polishing your orb.
You did right, they don't.
And yeah, they just start, you watch as they start going through, opening all of your like bags that are strapped to the back, opening like your various adventure bags and everything, taking a peek at them. I'm sure you don't have any illegal goods. As they're sifting through everything, at one point they kind of like, you see them, they're like whispering to each other, two of these guards who are searching through, and they have one of the boxes in the back just like opened up. There's like lots of whispers, and they glance at you, and then they're like whispering a bit more.
Can we tell what box they're looking at?
No.
I feel like we would know what's in our boxes.
We would know what boxes we
True.
packed.
That is true. You would know what boxes you packed. They're looking in your firewood box,
Okay.
which to
Okay.
your knowledge is packed with firewood.
Okay.
Right.
Cool.
That's it.
All right.
Is there a
They dig through
problem?
the rest. Oh, wanted to bring it up to you, but like looks at all of you. You have good winter wear, but if you plan on being anywhere but an inn in the next day and a half, you don't have enough firewood. Isazvaengar gets blisteringly cold. Unless a fire is completely stocked all night, it will go out, and you will freeze to death.
Is there an inn within the next 24 hours of us?
If you ride through a bit of the night, only make fire during the coldest hours, and then set off for the capital the next morning, then yes. There is only one city in this county.
Right. Thank you for telling us.
Of course.
Also notice you have a number of oddities. Travelers from outside the nation.
We get around.
Interesting. And what brings you to Yubo during this time?
Looking for new jobs.
Understandable. This is the county to do it in, I suppose. These two are. Well, I wish you best of luck in the land of bitter cold.
Appreciate it.
Thank
We'll
you.
get your carriage packed back up. If you would like a hot drink, I can get you something. While you wait.
Sure.
That'd be great. And if you have any spare firewood, it would be greatly appreciated.
Sorry, no stock we can share.
Thank you.
Can I talk to Hush
Yeah.
in his head? I'll message Hush in his head and tell him, tell Mara to check the drinks for poison.
They were like that. Dylan says check them for poison.
I can't.
Why not?
Not today. I wasn't prepared for that. Well, I haven't had to deal with poison in like
A week and a half.
A week and a half. You can't just spring that on me, man.
Relay all of that to Dolus.
Verbatim.
Verbatim.
Dol,
Can't do that, man.
From the outside, Dolus just does a long blink. All right, I guess that's fine.
I'll just make us an antidote or something. It's fine.
So
Do you relay that to Dolus, the antidote bit?
Yeah, assume that verbatim. It is happening.
going back and
So
forth.
you
and
can
look at
make
that
us
otherwise.
an antidote, but you can't check for the poison itself?
Well,
One is a spell and one is an herbalist.
Oh, I know
Yeah,
that.
it's-
Dolus doesn't know that.
it's more complicated. What is it? Check for poison than it is to make the antidote.
Okay, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
But if you're grasping for air, I got you.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
If you're turning pink and blood's coming out of your eyes, we have this covered.
Okay, so
So you guys get brought out some warm drinks. It seems like it's just hot tea. It is not great tea. It's very bitter. You get the idea that these guards just have it and no like sugar or cream or anything to put into it, and they just settle for it because at least it's hot.
Am I allowed to sweeten it? It's just everybody.
Not in
Yes.
front of them.
Well,
Not in
if
front
it
of us.
okay, turn around and do it. I suppose. I don't imagine it has too much of a visual tell.
Probably not.
He
we've
turns
learned
around.
it does actually.
It has a small sparkle to it.
It's fine.
Make a sleight of hand check at disadvantage.
Yeah, you got it. It's a 8 and a 14.
Okay.
So
an
sleight of hand, 16.
All right.
And if it fails, I can roll a d6.
Well, roll a d6. Roll a-
Cool. Uh-oh.
I don't. Oh no! He cast prestidigitation. Everyone run for the hills.
5, so 21.
Yeah, you managed to. There's a moment where a guard is kind of like looks and he just sees you like turned away, sipping your tea, and Alina kind of just like tugs at you like you're like a wayward child that's just kind of like wandering in circles, and, like brings you back to like about face.
Turn back around.
They just get all of your stuff loaded back in as closely as they could to when they started, and you guys can load back in the carriage and set off. The guards sort of wave you off as you go. They take their
As-
cups back.
As we're like kind of out of earshot, Doc leans through the window to Mara and just kind of goes, "Well, if we really need firewood, we could always just, break some down, have you shape water, get it all dry, and then we're good to go, right?
We have the magical shit.
Yeah, that too. Actually.
It'll just stay lit.
But what if it's not a big enough fire?
The one will.
Didn't they say there'd be enough?
I mean, we've already used it before. It's probably fine.
So be it.
All right.
I would like to read my book.
You can read your book.
Yeah.
Lotus, you can also read your book.
I will not read my book. I also want to
Fair enough.
mention Lotus probably didn't drink the hot tea because she didn't want to take her mask off.
Fair enough.
Just in case
Lotus
we had
did
to
not
make
get any hot
conzes.
drinks.
She just held it.
It made your hands feel nice and toasty.
Yeah.
Lotus did not drink the purple worm venom.
Oh,
Lotus, you're the only one who doesn't collapse 10 minutes from now. No. You all move on. After about half an hour to 45 minutes, you all sort of... You feel comfortable that the tea wasn't poisoned. Or it's a very slow-acting poison, because you all feel fine.
Or it's a psychedelic poison, and it's making us feel like we don't think it is, but it actually is.
3 sessions from now, Cryo's gonna be like, roll initiative with disadvantage.
Because you drank the tea.
You
We're all
fools.
tripping balls.
Y'all are fucking... Y'all bugging. Anyways. You continue your journey just fine. The road gets rougher, twistier. At some point, tossing the ball becomes an impossibility, as does resting inside the carriage beyond like basic sitting. Like no one's taking naps in the carriage at this point. There's lots of ups and downs. Mara, at one point, you do encounter some ice that you hadn't seen. So I would like you to make an animal handling check as you get the horses to pull the carriage over a significant patch of ice.
Oh boy.
I don't know why I thought the animal handling check was for the
Oh.
ice, not the horses.
I'd like you to roll animal handling so you can handle the ice.
13.
Water is alive. 13. All right, so everyone in the carriage, from your perspective, everything slows down a bit, and then you feel everything kind of lists to the left a bit, and then all of a sudden just like a big jolt as you guys start to slip on this block of ice, and then just like set back down.
Fucking
Everything okay out there?
God, first the ball.
The road is icy.
Oh.
Try it here.
Mara, I'll also say you have the because Hush said he would do this for you previously. I'm going to assume he did it for you this time. You have the warm presto on your coat, but your face that is exposed to the elements. It is getting so cold out here. It is like the late afternoon to evening, and it is definitely below zero. It is significantly cold.
Lotus,
Huh?
can I borrow your mask?
Okay.
Thank you. My face is cold.
Which mask are you giving him? You have 2.
I offer both of them.
Just out the window.
Yeah, just my arms.
Hmm.
It's the bird one and then the red dragon one.
Ugh.
There is a correct
What does this
choice
one do
here.
again? I'm putting it the red dragon one.
The funny little guy before said that it makes animals nicer to you, I think.
I should approach boars with this.
Maybe.
I'll use this one for now, and I'll take the dragon.
You take
Okay.
the dragon one, put it on. I mean, you don't have any like wind against your face anymore, which is very nice. And there's kind of a the wood is definitely warmer than just the bare wind was at first, and then eventually the wind sort of cools down the wood, so it's still warmer than nothing because you don't have wind against your face, but it is not the greatest aid in the world.
Hand me the mask.
Oh, hurry!
It's nice and toasty.
Are you warming? Did you warm the mask?
Yep.
Imagine it's like,
Counterspell.
are you warming the mask? It's like, no,
Counterspell.
I made it smell like I made it smell like butterscotch.
It smells like
I
chloroform.
counterspell the prestidigitate. No, I don't.
Smells like chloroform. The carriage goes off the side of the road. No.
Can't put elves to sleep.
Not magically.
Chloroform isn't magic.
But presto is.
The weird questions a DM must consider. Anyway, Mara, eventually the forest gets a little more bare and everything starts to slant a bit. Not on the road. The road has been cut to stay relatively level. Not any more so level than it has been, but it's not going to get much worse. And you start to smell. And you kind of lift up the mask for a second to get a whiff. You smell the ocean. You start to get sort of a salt smell. The sun is setting as you come up over a ridge, and some of the trees to your left thin out a bit. And as you look out westward, you do see that you are now pretty high up the side of a mountain. And if you look up, that hill started to get steeper and steeper, and you were getting closer and closer to the mountains, and now you are properly on a pathway that has been cut to follow the coastline. And as you look down, there is some like coast below you where it's level, but it's mostly like this slope runs down to the water, and you can see lots of ice out in the sea just west of you, out towards the sunset. It's a very pretty view. Also, you get the idea that if you guys fall, it'll be very, very bad. Like if the carriage goes off the road at this point, it will be very, very bad.
I'll knock.
If the carriage goes off the road, it'll be very bad. Okay, I'm gonna look away from the road.
Yeah,
You can
knock
talk
on the
to us
window.
in your head.
Hey man, nothing beats eye contact.
Yeah. Still
Oh.
Okay. Yes, Mara.
Yeah.
Y'all should look at these sights. It's pretty.
You should look at the road.
How can we look at the sights?
It requires moving the curtains and looking out the windows, and that'll be
You should-
cold.
How late is it right now? Because you said it was getting late, right?
You can see the sunset if you peek out of the window on the western side of the carriage. You've been traveling for quite a while.
That's fucking scary. Don't fall off this road.
All of you, Twink is like looking out the window. He like opened the curtain to look out the window, and he's like looking at the sunset, and then he's like, "Duh!" Everyone in the carriage is suddenly like, "What's out the window?"
Just don't look down. We're fine. We're gonna be great.
I want to see.
I'm coming up there, Mara. I'm coming up there.
Climbing through the window.
It's
I'm
gonna be hard to
tiny, I
slow
can't.
down. Gotta-
No, you don't have to. I'm just.
Yeah, Twink with some moderate difficulty manages to like front flip plop his way onto the seat next to you. Which him moving gives Alina room to kind of like scoot and look out the window, and then she's just like, "Oh no."
Want some blankie?
Yes.
It's very cold. It is incredibly cold.
Yes. Yes.
Also, Twink fully opening the window and leaving it open long enough for him to climb through and everything. You all inside, which has been decently warm due to various magic users and big blanket, realize how fucking cold it is outside. It is significantly worse than it was on the journey to Ravensbridge.
Yep. Fucking.
All of your breath immediately is like seen as the temperature rapidly drops inside the carriage.
It's just like sways his hand and it just.
Well done,
I
Harsh.
dive under Dolus's blanket.
And I dive.
It's
Episode 17.
Open. Did y'all check out the sights?
Mara!
cold!
Fucking. Doug just slams
Hey, Mara.
Yeah.
Your blanket's not warm anymore.
Ah!
Twink, the blanket's not warm anymore. It's rapidly cooling.
This sucks.
Hush, can you, to make sure he doesn't keep doing this, because I know he will, just sort of mentally keep the window closed.
There's a mage hand. You cannot see it. It is holding it.
Twink, as the blanket gets colder, you do start feeling some heat to your left, and you realize it is coming off of the mask on Mara's face. It's kind of space heatering the local area.
No, not worth.
All right.
What?
Twink, Twink or Mara, can one of you roll a d6 for me?
No, I don't want to.
I got it.
No, God. Maybe I should have. You don't know.
There it is.
That could be good. This is going to be a list of options. One could be a good option.
Your toes fall off.
What is it?
one.
It's one. You rolled a one.
I rolled a
You
one.
lose one toe.
Can you don't mind me? Can you just roll can you roll another d6 now, please?
You roll a death saving throw.
Is it another one? Is it another one?
All right.
Get your dice out, folks.
They're fighting the ice.
Okay, as you guys travel along, at one point you come upon an area where it gets a little bit steeper. It becomes, instead of a very steep hill, it is like a proper cliff to your left now. The road itself seems firm and maintained. Every now and then there are some struts built off to the side to keep everything steady. But as you round one of these curves, there is a frozen over sort of landslide on the road ahead that it seems not completely destroyed a chunk of road, but made it much worse for going over. There's rubble and things all set in it. If you stop and took time to clear everything out, it would be much safer to traverse, or you could attempt to just go over it as it stands, but it is icy and treacherous. And can I ask one of the two of you, either one? Actually, no, Mara's on the left. Mara, can I ask you to make a perception check?
Sure. I have advantage on those with my shield.
Ooh.
Are you wearing your
disadvantage
shield?
with the mask on?
Are you wearing your shield?
I probably will. I'd have it nearby, probably. I don't know what constitutes as wearing it though.
Yes, Ray.
Does the Mask of the Beast give?
No, it does. No, it doesn't. I was fucking with him.
All right, I was like, wait, hold on.
I've rolled the same number twice.
What was the number?
4.
What's your total?
4.
3.
13.
He's got good perception. That's why I was like,
What's his passive
the
though?
total? His passive is 24.
Yeah.
Look.
That shield.
Anyways, yeah, as you're coming over, you're kind of looking around. I asked you to roll this because you are actively looking to see if this is passable. And as you're sort of looking down to see the stability of it, you see another carriage. Maybe 30 foot down the mountain, down the cliff, just bashed to shit on the rocks underneath you. Half of the structure remains. There are a couple of freeze dried, I guess is the best way to word it, corpses that seem to have half crawled out of the carriage and then frozen on the cliffside.
You see that? I'll point at it to Twink.
Twink, you would have to kind of move a bit and lean. If
No, I cannot see that.
Well, someone crashed their carriage this way, so
Oh, well, maybe we should stop.
yeah, that's the plan, and I'll stop it.
stop the carriage. All right, yeah. So everybody inside the carriage comes to a gentle rock stop.
Why are we stopping?
open.
Oh God!
Yeah, there is a give.
Let me open this.
I will say, Mage Hand not strong enough. If he's like, what the, like it will
And then,
open.
yeah.
Yeah.
There's a slight give at the beginning, and then you can easily outpower the mage hand.
You're like, oh, what the hell is this? So then you think it's stuck, so you give it a solid boom, and it opens.
So another carriage clearly crashed down this pathway. I guess we need to melt the road a little bit, probably, or
How do
Yep.
we do that?
We need to melt the road.
a little bit, maybe.
Pop the
You
door
know,
open.
unless y'all have
Firebolt.
other ideas.
You pop a door open to look.
Yeah. I think I'm on the non-cliff. Yeah, because Alina's on the cliff side.
Yeah,
so
you're
I'd
on the
be
non-cliff side. So you open and you look up, and there's like the slope up the mountain. And then you like look each way, and as you look ahead, you're like, "Oh shit!" Because there is a clearly like fucked up chunk of the mountain.
Wait, so the road is like broken, right? It's
So
like
there
fucked
is-
up.
The best way to describe it is like a chunk of the road closest to the edge has given way, and there is some rubble on the remaining chunk. So you would have
Okay.
to either totally clear that rubble to safely pass, or you'd have to somehow restructure the ledge to safely pass, because there's not enough room to pass without bumping over the rubble.
Doc, after seeing
It's
that,
not like
kinda
a It's not like a boulder the size of a small boulder is in your way. It's like just
No.
it's like some
A large boulder
And
the
it's,
size
and
of a
it's
small boulder.
rock, not ice.
Yeah, there is some ice. There's rock and ice.
Doc
it's-
kinda,
Seems like something between a landslide and an avalanche happened and packed in this sort of area.
Doc kind of leans back in and goes, Alina,
What?
how gentle are you with mold earth?
I don't know what that means.
Can you do it without collapsing the rest of an avalanche?
Get out of the way. She like just gets up, hops out.
You-
the moment
you-
the moment she's like outside in the cold, she's just like, "Oh, God,
I can lift
oh,
up some of the rocks.
yeah, come on, join me out here."
I would also like to step out.
Oh,
Yeah, again.
Need me to
like,
melt
as
some
you
of the
guys are getting out,
water?
it's cold.
Are you taking the blanket with you, Dulles?
No, I'm leaving a blanket. I'm
Lotus
gonna-
alone in the back.
Doc's in there.
Doc's hopping out too. 'Cause
Never
he's like,
mind. Lotus is
Yeah,
You're
alone.
alone.
Lotus alone in the back of the carriage just wraps like burritos herself in the blanket.
I'm
So I
gonna
give,
look-
I give myself one. I give Lotus one. Mara, I'm sorry, your mask is no longer heated.
Oh,
Tomorrow, your mask all of a sudden just quickly drops temperature, and you're like, ah.
boy.
You're heated. I'm heated.
Crow, how well do I hold up with a 14 or a 19 con against the cold?
In your
Like,
current clothes,
Yeah.
let's just say you don't want to be out here long.
Okay.
I would like to. I want to look over to where the broken carriage is.
It's only
As
like
can-
40 feet in front of you at this point.
Can you describe how fucked up the carriage looks, and
Oh, the
also
car-
any
oh,
other things?
As you look over at the carriage,
Yeah.
so the carriage itself was probably pretty fancy, almost as fancy as your current carriage. It's like beyond repair. If you got it up top, it would never roll again.
Okay.
But there are some bags and things strewn apart that managed to stay intact.
Do they look
down
like
on
there
the
are
cliffside.
corpses?
Oh no, there are corpses. There are at least two. They're like the freeze dried, like they froze to death and then started to decay while frozen kind of look about them.
Okay. I wanna, while they're doing whatever they're about to do, I'm gonna like pull my warmthness over me and then just start hovering, and I'm gonna start floating.
Like wrap yourself
Down.
in your wings. You guys watch
Yeah.
as Dolus like vampire poses, his wings wrap around him. You know the Valkyries in God of War, how they like wrap themselves in their wings?
Yeah.
He does that and then he just like down the
Yeah.
hill. And Lena's just like, oh, there he okay.
Doc is kind of like trying to line up the angle with his hands, which like he was classically trained, so Alina would probably recognize burning like the hand motion for burning hands, and he's like, "Do you think we could melt it right?"
No, I think that would probably cave in the whole side.
Okay. And he just kind of.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest here. We probably need to collapse it the rest of the way, or this road might be impassable soon.
Yeah, we might need to.
Once it starts warming up a little bit and starts melting, it's all gonna come down anyways.
Yeah.
What if
You want me to
pick up
erupt the
biggest
earth?
One?
Not that much.
I can pick up the big rock, and maybe I can move the other ones.
I can handle the rocks. Like Alina's like looking at it all. She's like,
You think you can?
probably can.
Hmm.
What?
Yeah, I mean, if we could collapse, we need to collapse it before we move anything.
Yeah.
I could
'Cause
fireball
that
it.
should stabilize it, but
Just one big
no,
fireball.
I don't think that's how that works.
Tidal wave?
You know, I know we just shot it down. She like looks at Twink and then she looks at Mar and goes, I think if we backed up an erupting Earth, it might work.
I was just gonna see if you could get a fire elemental in there.
Yeah, doesn't do anything about the rocks.
Like I said, we do that after.
That's fair. All right.
The only problem with erupting Earth is the potential for another elsewhere.
Yeah, that's a good point. All right. She pulls out her little charcoal and she starts casting. She grinds it up in her hands, starts casting summon elemental to get a fire elemental. Meanwhile,
By the way, don't collapse the road before I come back, please.
don't worry, you'll be fine. She's just
Okay.
all right.
I am going to descend towards the broken carriage and the bodies.
Alright.
I'm going to sort of check through the bags and boxes and like what I can. I want to like obviously make like the standard like looking for things that are valuable, but also I want to check for sort of any sort of personal belongings or like indicators, something that could like if there's I know
who
obviously
they
there's no like IDs, but like you know what I mean.
Yeah. Well, so first couple of bags that you come across they're clothes. I mean, these seem to be travelers at a glance. As you get in closer to the carriage, a little further down, you obviously have to get close to the bodies. Once you get close, it was definitely like a family. You can clearly see like a man and a woman who, going over them, they both seem to have tried to like climb out of the carriage, and for some reason or another it didn't work, and they both sort of gave up along the cliffside. And then as you look into the carriage, there's probably a young kid who didn't make it past the initial going over the side, and then an older boy, probably late teens. Are you really not that much different from like Archibald's relative age of like late teens towards early 20s, who looked like he was probably pretty injured and then eventually froze in the carriage.
Are the bodies like fucked up to the point? Like, can I still tell physical features about these people?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
Can
I mean,
make
they've-
like a reconstruction mentally of what they looked like when they were?
I hit a thing. Hang on. Play rollies with me.
I got a 10. Am I allowed to use a lucky point on rollies?
You are.
Okay. Can I do that?
Yeah.
That's a significantly better. That's 16.
Perfect. So you try and get a good look at them. A lot of their facial features are sort of discombobulated. And you feel a rush of a gentle and slightly warm breeze, and the frost on their faces sort of seems to dissipate a bit. You can make out that the familial features are all pretty similar. The father had darker hair. The rest of the family was ginger. They must have gotten it from their mother. And yeah, there's not really a lot of discerning features about them. They're all wearing sort of nicer clothes, which you already got from the bins of clothing. There's a brooch on the woman's neck that is closed, sort of like a pendant.
Did you say what race they seem to be? Like human? Or
Oh, they're
elvish?
human. They're all
Okay.
human. You can discern that. I'm sorry, I forgot that's a thing I have to divvy up here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'll. Can I open the brooch?
Yeah, go ahead.
I open the brooch.
You sort of pop the brooch off. There's a little resistance before it like pops off the ice, and you open it up. And there's like a picture of the family, and then you notice that there are 3 kids. There's like an elder girl among the group
Okay.
who is not here in the carriage.
Okay. All right, and I'll pocket the brooch. Is there anything else in the belongings?
If you'd like to search through some of the crates, if you want to take a minute or two to do that. Alina at this point has like summoned the fire elementals, kind of holding off, waiting for you to come back up. But
Okay.
you take a quick minute. There are a lot of bottles of alcohol.
Okay.
There are a lot of bottles of vodka. Pretty expensively stamped. You don't really know the difference, but to anyone else who, if you bring any of these back, will recognize that they're pretty expensive stamped.
Right. I'll grab the crate. I'll just sort of like pick it up ever so slightly, and then I'll go in my ring and I'll just place it down and then pop back out of the ring.
Okay, you pick it up and you, boom, and above you, everybody hears like a faint just ting, 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 as the ring kind of like bings its way down like 10 feet of the mountain before you.
I thought
back
I was
out.
like over the carriage. I thought I was like.
I mean, it's on a slow. You bounce a bit. You're not like tumbling off into the great unknown. You pop back
Goodbye.
out. You pop back out like 10 to 15 feet lower than you were, because you just pop in, set the crate down, and pop back out.
Alright. I'll float back up.
All right, and you float back up, and the moment you're over, Alina just you understand Primordial. So in Primordial, specifically in the fire dialect, she tells the elemental to clear the path, and it starts its job. It's going to take like 5 minutes or so to completely clear everything out, so you all can sort of sit, peruse the area if you want, get back in the carriage and stop freezing.
I'll bring it up to people who are not directing elementals. I'll pull out the brooch and I'll open it. There was a family. It looks like the daughter, this one, and I'll point to it and I'll show everyone who's out here. She wasn't there, so either she got out and is somewhere out here, or she's alive somewhere. If anyone sees her, let me know.
Okay, so bad as you. I mean, Lotus is in the carriage, but everybody else, you see and hear that explanation from Dolus. Doc, did you catch that?
Mhm.
Okay, but yeah, so
I related to Lotus.
okay, you tell Lotus about it.
All right,
Well,
that's it.
one option is she got away. Other option is they were visiting her.
Right.
The other problem is if she got away, she probably died later on.
Yeah. If you just spot anything, Mara, while you're driving, let me know.
Can I see the picture again?
We'll show Hush.
Does she have any, like, a necklace on her? Anything, like, discerning as an item-wise?
Doesn't look like it at a glance.
No,
She
like,
has-
no, like,
She
hairpin or
has
anything
some,
like
she
that?
has some earrings. She has her outfit on. It's like a basic, like, more noble, obviously, but it's like a basic tunic and frock.
thought I could maybe find her with something she was wearing, but nothing stands out.
And you said she had like ginger hair.
Yep.
Like what does it look like?
She looks kind of like Merida. There's big,
Okay.
big curly ginger
Cool.
hair.
All right. Just getting an image. All right. I'll go back inside. She was a druid. She turned into a bear.
No.
All right. After the fire elemental has done its work, Mara backs up the carriage a bit, and then Alina joins Mara and Twink by the front. And she's like, "All right, I guess She just kind of like gestures, like, "After you."
Wait, so the plan was erupting Earth?
No.
Or are we? Okay.
No,
Making
wait,
sure.
that,
No,
no, that
it
was
is.
the
No, wait, that
plan.
was the
It-
plan.
it
Okay,
is the
shit,
plan.
my bad.
No,
Okay,
that
yeah.
was not
Come
the
on,
plan.
Doc,
The plan
keep
was to
up.
not
Okay.
do that.
What are we gonna do? What are we gonna... Nah.
I thought that was the plan.
What are we doing?
I thought we
Like,
did the
like-
fire elemental to not do that. We were just gonna mold earth the rest of the rocks of the way.
Right.
Okay.
I did the motion.
Oh,
did
you
it?
cast it?
I already did the motion. Yes.
Oh, we're gonna die!
No,
Cat-
we're collapsing the things what fuels out the whatever.
All right. Yeah, you cast Erupting Earth amidst all of the confusion. And Alina's like, Alina's basically like, look, it's cold. I didn't realize. Oh, no. And like, there is that boom, like on the road ahead of you. And Mara like blasts a bunch of the rubble and the remains of the carriage out of the way. And it all starts like tumbling down the mountainside. And then the remains of the landslide above it start sliding again. Alina's just like, oh shit. And she summons an earth elemental really quickly, and it just stands in front of your carriage, and it just goes. But it's not necessary. You did fine, Mara. The landslide goes by like a solid minute of just rock and snow coming down the side of this mountain. You guys watch as just metric tons worth of the stuff must go over the side. And then finally everything kind of mellows, and this loud roaring sound of the mountain giving away quiets.
Woo!
Is the other carriage completely just like gone?
Oh, it's gone. It got blasted away by erupting earth, and now it is just covered in rock and ice.
All right.
Rough.
And so, how does the road look now?
There's no road there now. There's much more
slope.
pristine mountainside there, but
Cool.
Alina kind of like sighs, and she pats the earth elemental, and it kind of just forms into almost a ball and starts like somersaulting forward and rolling the ground flat in front of you guys.
Oh my god.
Wait,
It's
can
a
you
fucking
do that
Goron.
while we like drive?
Yeah, that's why I did it.
Oh hell
It's
yeah!
a Goron. We have a Goron.
That's
Yeah,
cool.
It's
If we had a
slow
Goron, He
going.
could have just eaten the rocks.
Yeah, maybe
I'm
you
back.
could.
Back in, everyone.
Yep.
Please keep me warm, hush.
Good job, Mara.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Alright.
You can have your blanket warm again.
Both of the blankets are prestoed. Everybody gathers back inside the carriage and sets back about.
Nice.
And you guys travel for another few hours as it starts to get dark, and eventually things level back out again. You begin a downward slope. It's too dark to see anything way out ahead of you, but Mara, with your passive perception, you can make out a light in the far distance. Like, you are not reaching it anytime soon, but there is some sign of civilization up the coastline as you descend off the mountain back into a coastal valley.
You see that?
No.
Yeah, like Twink does not see it.
What is
Looks like
it?
there's a light out there. I'm pretty sure that's the city. Hey, we're way off, man. Should probably stop pretty soon.
If we're gonna do that, we need to stop at the bottom of this valley. It should
Yeah.
help with the wind.
That's a good idea.
Or maybe it'll fuck us even more with the wind off the ocean. Who knows?
We'll cross that road when we get there. How's Yubuo felt to you?
Cold.
That's obvious, but like, besides that, you're just enjoying it. It's fun for you.
You know what we're here to do, right?
Was it good for you?
We'll light
No
up a
reason-
cigarette.
You've driven me back to it, Mara. I've been clean for 10 years.
We've met a lot of people.
That's the most people I've ever met in my life.
What?
Yeah, just like in past few weeks. So many people.
How old are you?
How old am I?
100 something. 100.
So in the past few weeks, you've met more people than you've met in the past 100 and something years of your life.
120. I'm a woodsman. Like
Woodsman.
No, like, well, I know what a woodsman is, but I'm not a woodsman. I'm a woodsman. Like, I enjoy being in the woods. I don't
get back in the car.
I don't care
But
about
I can't
society.
press you, Mara.
In fact, I avoided society for a while. How lonely.
You want to talk about it?
Sure.
You talk about feelings for the next hour or so. And by
Do you wanna
talk, I
talk
mean
about
Mara
it?
talks about feelings while Swing sits there wanting
You want to talk about it? Yeah.
That was a rhetorical
Silence.
question.
You want to talk about it? Yeah. I'll find someone else. But yeah.
Goes back in the carriage.
Mara talks a lot about how he was lonely for a long time. He traveled a lot. He can't really remember a lot of it. He was high almost the entire time.
Every now and again, you get I can see that out of Twink.
He thinks at one point he was in
Sure.
the Empire, and then he knows for sure at one point he was in Dragonlost because they had coconuts. And that's crazy.
That's not what I thought you were gonna say.
Yeah, they had coke.
Because they have
exactly.
cocaine.
La cocaína.
Big.
No.
Coke
My
on the
master
nuts.
got killed in front of me. I can see that.
That's fair.
He goes over his whole like backstory and his like he's like now Drayden's back. That's bullshit.
That's understandable.
But yeah, you guys do reach a point where the slope levels off and you are again on relatively level terrain, and you enter that sort of taiga biome again. More trees start to show themselves again as you reach the base of the slope here. And you know, eventually you come across like a perfect little clearing. It's got some bigger rocks settled around it, a lot of them really snow covered, a lot of big like snow mounds and everything, but there's a nice like open space you can pull to the side and make camp.
Oh, that's perfect.
What
Put
is?
it
I
out.
can't see it. Where is it?
Right there. That clearing. It's so clear. You need glasses?
No. That'll do.
Yeah.
Can you see that light though?
No, I can't see the fucking light.
You can't see the light anymore now either. You're not on that cliff side above the valley. Yeah.
It's just gonna be a game from now on. Mars gonna be like, "Can you see that, Twink? What about that, Twink? Can you see that?"
The worst game of I Spy.
What do your gnome eyes see? You pull to the side. Everybody inside the carriage stops.
Camp time.
All right.
Oh.
Come on.
It's so cold.
That's what the fire is gonna be for.
It's what cuddling is for.
Why not both?
Can't cuddle fire.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not what I meant. that's dangerous.
Only once.
Unless you were a fire
Ganassi,
Genie.
or genie. Yeah, that would work too.
Yeah.
Or giant.
Do you
Gentleman
think
flame.
Drayden cuddles with Noxus?
A fire gentleman.
Did you cuddle with Kaeli?
No. But Kylie also wasn't here.
Would you cuddle Kylie?
Probably not.
I would. If she lets me.
We know, Lotus.
I've never gotten to see her.
She's very
She's
pretty.
green. She looks like this. Minor illusion.
Wait,
Oh,
I've never
yeah,
seen
no.
Kylie.
Now you
You're
have.
not. Now you have.
Yeah, minor illusion. Just vroom, kind of like just. Oh, she is very pretty. This is the woman who showed a hefty interest in you
Yes.
for several years.
Yes.
Doc is just trying not to laugh as he carries the firewood over to a spot.
Paulina's kind of just like, hey. She
Talk
starts
to me every
shaping
day.
water.
Man,
She
y'all
just
have,
quietly starts like clearing the area of snow.
y'all have really been together for quite a while.
Yeah, she talked to me every day.
Damn.
You must be close.
Very.
Am I gonna do this? I'm gonna do this. Hey,
You miss
Dolus,
Yes.
would you say you love Kylie?
I hated her for a really long time.
That's a dodge. That's a dodge. That's a dodge.
He's deflecting. He's deflecting.
Doc is gonna use
Like an
burning hands to
esports
light the
commentator.
fire.
Pushing B.
Oh my god.
You're burning handing
Why are you
hands through the
burning
fire.
hands it? Hush can
Because then we
firebolt
melt
you.
water too, or we melt ice too.
I
Or
can
we
just.
could-
It's a cantrip. I can just turn it on.
Bro, it's the end of the day.
So there's an area that was
That's-
cleared
should never
by.
trust that.
There's an area that was cleared by Alina, and you put you set up a little campfire and you burning hands it before Hush can presto it. Hush is like ready to light it. You just boom.
And all the firewood's gone.
All the firewood is definitely on fire.
I did it.
Hush like has his fingers together, ready to let it go. Puts him in his pocket.
All right, you guys spend some time setting up camp. You clear that initial area of snow just so the fire isn't going to be like right next to it, and you set up everything, and you'll get settled for the night.
Who's bunking with who?
That's up to you guys. You have your tents.
Who wants to be warm?
I'll
Carriage.
bum
All the
with
tents are a little
Isis.
closer than normal. They're all like as close as you can get to the fire without risk of burning your tents.
Mhm.
There's even there's a rock and a big little snow pile between two of them that you guys kind of just
Snow.
ignored to pull everything in
Snow
real
pile.
close.
Snow pile.
A snow
Big
pile.
old snow
I guess the-
pile.
A little snow pile, yes.
I guess-
And you pull everything in nice and close.
The better question is, are we taking the same watch as we did last time?
Can't see a reason not to.
Okay,
All
so
right.
it's me and Hush.
And then it is Dolus and Alina, and then it is Twink and Lotus, and then it is our good sir Mara. All right, in that case, everybody gets all settled. You do test it, letting your normal firewood burn down to just the ever burning log. And once you are down to one log, it stays lit, but it is like the cold is creeping in around you. Almost like a beast waiting to pounce. It is not going to be sufficient to just have the one log, even if it burns all.
I fucking
The tents will get too cold.
I fucking told Twink that it was gonna
Wait,
be
who's
cold.
on first watch?
It was me
Hush
and
and
Hush.
Does that happen during their watch?
That happened. Yeah, that happens just as like into the early half of the watch.
Hey,
Or the first
good
half
luck.
of the watch.
Oh,
So.
is there a tree near us?
There are trees like all around you. You're in a forest. You're properly in a forest again.
Doc, you like Hush is kind of sitting there being quiet. All of a sudden, just like just
Start
dagger.
throwing your daggers
Dagger.
out into a tree.
dagger.
Doc-
Just keep throwing them.
Doc summons the hour, and I assume there are branches that are low down enough for me to kind of get to him with the hour. Yeah, Doc's just gonna hack as many as he can, or not as many as he can, but enough to revitalize the fire long enough.
Make a survival check.
Okay. It'd help if I had my dice, but I'm just gonna roll the big one. That's an 11.
11 is sufficient enough to know to shake all the snow off of the branches before you try and cut them off above your head.
Okay, so yeah,
You do not get covered in snow as you're chopping all of these branches down.
Doc's kind of like standing off to the side, and he kind of like shakes it a little bit.
Yep. So yeah, no, you go through, you chop down a solid couple bundles, you bring them over by Hush, who is still
You can throw 2 every 6 seconds.
While I'm dealing with the firewood situation, I do have Aldrich come out and kind of keep the general watch since I'm kind of focused.
you summon him. And I mean, he's an owl. They're kind of colder weather creatures typically, unless they're, a desert or digging owl. But even then, you summon him and he's just like, cool.
Sorry, bud.
By the Archfey, what is this?
Yubor,
Ah,
Northwest
right.
Coast.
The North.
Yeah.
I haven't been here in a long time. Ugh.
Dad was from the Empire, though.
I'm not your father. I've been around a long time.
I guess so.
I have been to the far northern wastes of this world. I did not want to go back.
Are the Star Elves real?
What? Yes, the Star Elves are real.
Sick. Doc kind of sets him off to go, and brings back the firewood, gets it there, makes sure that they're dry enough to not cause too much issue.
Hush. As all this is done over the course of a solid chunk of time, what you doing? No, but what are you doing?
He's
You're
chunking
trying
away.
you're trying to cut down a tree, right?
He's trying to cut down a good amount of that tree for someone to take care of the rest.
Those daggers do a solid chunk of damage. You do this for Doc's doing this for I don't know, half an hour maybe, walking around getting wood. So
I swear
roll
to
these
fucking
with me.
God, if you drop a tree
Got
on
it.
us.
Uh-oh.
15.
it's not just you anymore, Noah. So
Wait, no!
there is, Doc, you bring another bundle of wood by and you're like, and you sit down, and Hush is still doing this. You get confused. Doc, you get confused. You're very confused by what Hush is doing.
What you doing, bud? Hush.
There is a sound off out of the camp of just.
Wait.
And as soon as I hear it, levitate.
You cast levitate?
Yep.
1 second. I have to check something.
Can you do that on objects?
Yeah.
You can.
But there is a weight limit.
That's why I'm checking.
Oh, fuck.
How big was the tree I was cutting down? I thought I
You're
was-
cutting down a fully grown pine tree.
Also, you don't know, motherfucker.
big
You're
one?
throwing knives off in the distance.
Oh, I looked off for one.
It
It's
is
above the weight limit, isn't it?
so high above the weight limit. So Yeah, there's all of the cracking, crunching. You're like, I watch this. You go to cast levitate, and you feel the weight in the magic, and you're like, yeah, oh no. Everyone who's asleep, you are all woken immediately as just outside of your tents. Doesn't land on any of your tents. Doesn't fully cross into camp at all. But as this tree just on that like pile of snow between the two tents, there is just this. If you've ever heard a tree fall down, it's loud.
It's terrifying.
But what if there's no one around to
Unless
hear
you're
it?
not
Does
there
it
to
make a
hear it.
sound?
Shut up. It sounds like a lightning strike or like a it sounds like a cannon going off. It's so fucking loud. You are all woken up immediately.
I immediately burst out of the tent,
Same.
like scythe drawn.
There are branches everywhere. A bunch of snow got kicked up. There is, as you guys come out of the tent, there is now a tree between your tents. Just the top end of it, like a fallen over Christmas tree.
Hush!
What's happening? What's happening?
Is there an
Hush!
end?
Cut down a fucking tree!
We got more
We're
firewood.
sleeping.
We
know how
don't
loud
need a
that
tree's
is?
worth of firewood.
Yeah.
We were running out.
Hush! Hush. Yeah, Hick, you're right.
I thought I could catch it. I couldn't.
Hush.
Go back to bed. It's okay.
What do you mean go back to bed? Hush, please. Stop being nonchalant about this. You messed up. Please don't do that again. I
about
forgive
firewood?
you. I guess I point to the bundles of firewood that Doc has already gathered. We have firewood. There are quieter means to collecting firewood than chopping down an entire tree.
Hush.
It's okay. I forgive you. Don't do that again.
Or
I
if you're
won't-
going
please.
to, please communicate what you're doing.
Alina, her like fucked up bed head, like poking out of the tent she shares with Twink, is just like, we're doing it during the daytime. And she closes it again.
Just like,
Yeah,
just like a salt. Oh, sorry. We were running out. I just thought we could use some more.
You're very clever.
I thought I could catch it. I tried, but it was too heavy.
Thank you for trying. Hush.
We appreciate the thought.
You can
I'll-
go to
I'll-
bed.
I'll
I
shave
can
it down.
handle the rest of this.
Just make it during the daytime, please. Actually, it's not even really a problem for me. I don't really sleep, y'all.
I was
I'm-
just saying, you don't sleep.
He still needs rest.
He does still need.
Yeah,
rest.
yeah.
Hush.
I'll like as they're like, we'll get the rest. I'll take my hand axe out and like unsheath it and like stick it into the tree. I'll leave it there to use, and then I'll like walk back to my tent.
Okay, you walk back to your tent. As you go in, you'd expected Lotus to not come out because, you know, waking up, not really her thing. But to your surprise, she is like totally awake. And she is like curled up on the floor of your tent, hugging Kyle defensively and sort of just like shaking in place.
I'll like crouch down, like, hey, are you all right? What's wrong?
Lightning. Lightning.
What's wrong with the? What about the lightning? There's no lightning. It was a tree fell.
Okay. Okay.
You're all right. Everything's all right. Don't worry. We're
Just-
fine. Okay. Deep breaths.
Lotus just slowly nodding, trying to calm herself.
Hey, it's all right. I'm like patting her, like rubbing her back. It's okay. Everything's all right. I'll
Her
lay next to her.
feathers are
and,
like
pull her
shuddering
in.
and shaking. There's even like an audible sound of them sort of just vibrating against each other.
I'll like pull her into a hug, try and like maneuver Kyle out of her iron grip before I do so, but it's okay. Pat her head. Everything's all right. We're okay, okay?
Okay.
Deep breaths. Are you all right?
Hmm.
What's wrong? What are you afraid of the lightning?
And that was how Gillian killed me.
With lightning?
Mm-hmm. It was like this shock when he grabbed me.
Oh. I had no idea. I'll just lay and like pull her in like close. Everything's all right.
Mm-hmm.
You're here. You're safe. I'm here with you.
Hmm.
We'll be okay.
She just like snuggles up as close as she's able to.
Okay.
You guys eventually get back to sleep. A little colder and a little worse for the wear, but you get to bed. Twink, what did you do during any of that time?
I did not come out of the tent because I would have yelled at Hush.
Good. All right. Yeah, no, everybody else goes back to bed. Mara, it's super easy for you. You just re-enter trance.
Hush, like after everybody like goes off, kind of not better. What he assumed would be. Doc, you see a dagger, another one come out, and he walks over. He starts trying to chip off some of the bark.
It was a good
Hush,
idea, Hush.
No, it wasn't.
It was. It's just,
It wasn't.
Hush. You just gotta talk to us, okay? We could have taken it sections at a time. We're a team. So we have to act like it.
Just wanted to do right and surprise you all with lots of firewood because they said we would freeze without it.
I know. Again, you're very, very clever. And I know that you haven't been around people a whole ton. And I'm not even sure if Delilah necessarily qualifies as a normal person.
I've
But-
been around a lot of people. I just didn't talk to them.
Well, kind of like crouches down. And it's just like, and kind of takes at the axe and chips off the spare branches that didn't, explode off in the impact. And he kind of leans in and he's just like, but you've got us, okay?
Yeah.
You can talk to us. You're a really smart kid.
I'm not helping.
You are. It's just
I'm not.
about...
I haven't.
Hush. Okay. You want to hear a story?
Sure.
So, in the very bottom of this planet, not under the... Well, I guess technically under the ground, there was this boy. And he was growing up to be a knight. And he thought he could do anything all by himself because he was strong and fairly smart and didn't really get in trouble too much. And, he did a lot of really cool things. He was able to do magic and break things in half without even really trying. And then one day bandits came and took things from his village. And that boy decided that he, on his own, was going to go and take care of it. Because he knew he could. He thought he could. And his sister, bless her heart, came with him. And so they snuck away from their parents, and they found the bandits. But the problem is, the bandits thought they were strong too. And they had something that the boy didn't know about. And so the boy and the bandits fought. And the boy lost. His dad came in to save him. The boy got to leave the fight that he lost. Dad didn't. It's good to believe that you can do the right thing, hush, and help. But you can't always do it on your own.
If the boy thought he could, and he couldn't, when was the boy helpful? Is the boy helpful? Was he helpful? He thought he could be, but who's the boy?
Doc just kind of looks at him. The boy got 2 .50 caliber rounds through the chest. The boy's sister brought him back. And now the boy and the sister are one and the same.
I just want to be... I just want to help, but that doesn't make me feel like I'm able to help.
The point of the story is, after that, the boy went and met a gnome, 2 bird people, an elf, and a short little boy with white hair.
Sounds really like us.
And together, the boy and his new friends have been able to do a lot of good. There have been a lot of missteps, but they've killed werewolves and stormed a capital, and they reasoned with a vampire. And they did it together.
I get what you're trying to do. I do. But where did the white-haired boy help in that?
While the boy got angry and got himself stored in a stupid pink rock, the white-haired boy found his friends. The white-haired boy helped lead them when it came to breaking the boy and one of his bird friends out of the castle. That white-haired boy is so damn smart. And ironically, he's just got to get out of his own head. He needs to accept the fact that he has people that are around him that care about him, and that they will talk to you. And they want to talk to you, Hush. You just gotta let us in.
I wonder if sometimes if I should have just helped and gone. I was helpful there. I was. And I like spending time with you guys. But I made the camp scared. I made you guys chase me in the middle of the night. I got us banned from the candy shop. I didn't want to
Hush.
tell you that one. I dropped the tree.
Hush.
I want to be helpful again, and I'm sorry that I wasn't this time, but I'm gonna try to be.
And you will.
I led the
Cuz.
monsters back to you, and they were smelling me.
Hush. Just calm down. We're not always going to be helpful. I got my dad killed. I got both Hick and I banned from Iceholm. I got us in so much trouble when we were kids, and even now. I lost our hand. But the point is, Hush, when you make mistakes, it's not the end. You can always get up and go again another day. The
Can
point
we
is,
use this firewood?
yeah,
Okay. Then it wasn't completely a mistake. Sorry. Thank you. That actually made me feel a lot better.
there's always tomorrow. As long as you're still trying, you're succeeding in one sense or another. But talk to us, and he kind of ruffles his hair.
Do you guys still have the things that I carved you guys?
Yeah. And Doc kind of digs in his bag and pulls it out.
Those are gonna come in handy one day, and I'm gonna use them, and I'm gonna be able to find you.
That's what I mean, kid. You're smart as hell.
He goes, and the knife that he's been using, like the knife that's coming from Red Hat, he just kind of sticks it in. I don't want to use this anymore tonight.
Get some rest. I can finish up our watch.
He goes, he walks up, gives you a quick little hug on your leg.
Kind of pats him on the back.
Walks back to the tent. Everybody in your head, very softly, nothing urgent, but just a very echoey, just sorry. I'll do better again. He goes lays down.
Yeah. As Hush goes, Doc kind of saddles up by the fire and calls back Aldrich.
Aldrich just boom onto you, just
He's a good kid.
Oh, the Hush boy.
Yeah.
I haven't spoken to him much, but he seems as such.
He's kind of like me. I don't know.
Oh, all young boys are.
I don't know what he did to make him so scared of everybody, but he's got a good heart.
Certainly. Let's hope his quiet friend isn't, holding it in his grasp.
Yeah. That's kind of what I'm afraid of. I'm hoping whenever Hick is around that she can get more information on that little friend.
Oh, hopefully. Ooh. Do you have a blanket?
No. And I'm starting to regret it.
Oh my.
And we'll finish out watch from there. Cryo, can I ask before my watch wraps up, what did I get from that book in the time that I read it?
Oh boy. 1 sec.
You got knowledge.
Yeah, but I need to know what knowledge.
You
practice
got a lot of
your reading
information
skills.
about do's and don'ts of astral projection and various methods of astral projection, particularly leaning towards the spell of the sort, but also that there are a number of rituals, none of which are exactly detailed in the book. You get the sense that you'd probably need a more magical tome for that, but there are ways to dreamwalk and astral project that are pretty readily accessible if you can get a magical library or somebody who has solidly extensive magical collection.
Okay. So yeah, assuming that, the world doesn't catch on fire by the end of the watch, Hush and Aldrich, Jesus Christ. Doc and Aldrich are just going to chat.
Yeah, there's chit chat. Pretty nice general stuff about life. Tips about living in the cold. The moment you're like, all right, time for bed, he's like, oh thank goodness, and he just separates himself in his little puff of feathers. Like he just dips immediately.
Yeah, that's about right. Then I'll go wake up. Who's second watch?
It's
Twink and Lotus, right?
believe.
No, it's Dolus and Alina.
It's an Alina, and then
Dolus
it's
and
Twinkum.
Alina. Okay.
Yeah. As Dolus is going to be awoken, I'll tell Doc, or if it's Hush or whatever, to wake up Twink instead. That I'm staying with Lotus tonight.
So yeah, Doc goes to wake up Dolus. He whispers that, and Doc's like, okay. And kind of shuffles over to Twink's tent.
All right. Twink's tent is Alina's tent. They're crashing in the same tent, so you can wake them both up at once.
Hey. He wakes up Alina, just kind of nudging her, and then kind of goes to shake Twink.
She's getting ready by the time you're waking Twink up.
Mm. Hey. I think Lotus is a little shaken up. So Dolus asked if you could take his watch.
Yeah, okay.
Thanks.
Okay.
Epic.
All right. Yep. Twink and Alina time.
Twink and Alina time. The best pairing of doom.
Oh yeah, no. Twink is. Yeah, by the time you get ready, you come out. Alina's there, kicking around the wood and everything with a stick, adding a few more branches and some chunks off the tree into the fire.
No, what are you doing? Stop! Don't do that.
What?
Stop! Don't do that.
Why?
Yeah, we'll just do this. I control flames and I just expanded.
Oh, you can. Oh my gosh. Wait.
Yeah.
She controls flames and expands it a little more, and she's like, I'm so.
Yeah, save that for the next people. That way they don't have to get more.
That's fair.
That one ever burning log is enough fuel for us.
Good morning, or good evening, good night. Hello.
Sure.
It's cold. I think my brain turned off.
Mm.
How are you?
Is that how this is gonna go?
How else do you want it to go?
How far have you gotten in your library?
Only through one. Yeah, you had to get out and adjust everything, and it was hard to read with everything rocking around. Can't really read if I'm too bumpy. I get nauseous. It made reading on the boat kind of hard. But
You should just make an item to make you not nauseous.
Don't know how to make magical items. Not an artificer, just a wizard.
Alright, you're only missing one step.
You want to teach me? I mean, not right now, because we're just sort of around a fire, but any time that's not right now. Well, I mean, not any time, obviously. There will be a specific time, but
Just so I'm clear, how long did you spend at that Artificer Guild in Shadestep?
3 weeks.
And you learned nothing?
Yeah, I mean, it's not my greatest point. I sort of just went, got books, came back. I helped them cast spells when they needed and clean shop, but I don't know. I expected to be a researcher, not a out and abouter.
But do you not want to travel with us anymore?
No, I like traveling with you. I'm just saying I didn't plan it, so I didn't, prepare the necessary skills, which, in hindsight, not the wisest decision I've ever made, but I'm an intelligence caster, not a wisdom caster. Doesn't say that.
Spikes the camera.
Not the wisest.
Jim Halpert's it.
You know more than me. I'm willing to admit that in this regard.
Well, I mean, knowing more and being capable of more are two different things, aren't they?
You're more knowledgeable in your specialty, which makes sense because it's your specialty. It's like how I know more stuff about elements. I assume Doc knows more stuff about swordsmanship. Mara knows more stuff about plants, stars.
Oh, you should have heard this one saying he had about stars.
Oh.
It's like the first time we ever met. He really went off the deep end with it.
Was it good?
No.
Oh.
No, I really don't even know what he said.
He's really hit or miss with like his little nuggets.
The problem is I'm pretty sure he knows. He just can't tell anyone anything that he knows.
Do you think Common was his first language, or maybe there's like a gap? Maybe it's just been so long, like
I learned
just
today that he met more people in the past 3 weeks than the rest of his life.
Oh, no wonder he can't talk to people.
That's what I'm saying.
Do you think that's also why he threatens people so readily?
I don't know. Maybe.
And he's an elf. That's a long time, too. How
That's
old
a long
is he? Like an
time.
adult.
It's like hundreds of years. He said like 100-something years. He said he's a woods man.
He said he's a woodsman?
That's what I said, but he said no.
Okay. Maybe we should sit down with him sometime and figure...
No. I sat down with him.
Maybe we should also have Mara...
Just have Mara sit in and do special courses.
Yeah, that could be
Like,
good.
How to
We'd
talk
probably
to
have
people.
fun.
Communication 101.
We could give him snacks. We're going to have to give Lotus snacks, otherwise she won't sit still.
I have a feeling he's bringing his own snacks.
We shouldn't let Lotus eat his snacks.
No, we should not.
It's fucking freezing.
Speaking of, though, when we do get back, you're probably going to have to stay on Twingtania so you can start setting things up, right?
Yeah, I kind of planned on it. No offense. I mean, I like staying with you guys and traveling with you guys, but it's a lot. Plus, I mean, you'll be flying to Dragon Lost, right? You won't be magic tree teleporting.
Yeah, no magic tree.
And yeah, you'll have a dragon with you, and you don't really need me to make calls.
Mm.
No, I served my purpose here. I get that. And I can serve my purpose back on Twingtania.
Which is?
Well, I mean, if the Twingtanian method is to go by, it's whatever I deem it to be, as long as it's contributing to the overall improvement of the country.
Which is?
Putting together the library.
So,
Gonna
if that's
be a
what you want to do. Is that not what you want to do?
I don't know what I want to do more.
God damn it.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I'll totally be your librarian, but maybe not forever.
If you don't want to be, then don't be.
Well, the thing is that the thing I want to be is your archmage, but apparently you have a magical godchild who's going to be, your go-to. So,
Okay, so you're just giving up on that?
No. No, this Archibald better be
you're
the
like,
best.
I'll just be a librarian for a few years and then I'll shoot for Archmage.
He's an elf. I can't wait a few years. I have to properly kick his ass at magic. So, he better, get his shit together.
That's right. You let him know that.
Do you think he's okay?
No.
Do you think he'll be okay? I never met him. I don't know if he's tough.
That depends on whether Fairmont succeeds.
Should we check on him? Fairmont or the kid?
Not the kid.
Yeah, don't want to.
Fairmont, though, probably not a bad idea. Good thing I have this mirror!
Yep, I didn't steal it from you tonight.
I'm gonna scry a Fairmont.
Go right ahead. You cast scrying. You cast scrying, and the mirror gets its typical sort of like misty, clouded look. And can I have you roll a 20?
Shit. A 20?
Mm-hmm.
15.
Perfect. Meets beats. Or no, oh no, you were way ahead because, duh, I read this wrong. But yeah, no, you still succeed. It starts to uncloud, and you see in a very dark space, there's fire just kind of crackling. You're definitely underground. You can't really observe too much the area around. It sort of goes off into darkness, but you don't see any cavern walls. So if Fairmont's underground, he's not nestled up in a corner. He must be in some sort of bigger open space. And sure enough, he's sitting there by the fire, sort of warming up. He's got books sprawled out. He's got a map that has a bunch of X's drawn on it. He's eating what appears to be a cooked cave rat.
You said you want to be my Archmage, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think the first step to that is having a bond of trust between us.
Okay.
And understanding one another's motives.
Okay.
I need you to send a message to Fairmont of you mentally screaming in his head.
Are you trying to pull a prank on
100%, yes. Yes, that's exactly what we're doing.
How long can you scry? 10 minutes? If
Yeah.
he doesn't seem scared by anything in the next 2 minutes, and he seems like he's still safe, totally.
Wait, what?
What if he's in a dangerous place and he, has
He's
to
eating a cave rat. You don't stop to eat cave rats when you're in a dangerous place.
Give me a second. She pulls her book out and starts flipping through it. All right, well, you watch. She takes a deep breath. And you turn really excitedly to the mirror, and you see Fairmont just he's freaking out for a solid chunk of time. And finally it stops, and he's just pulls out his shotgun. He pumps it. He looks around in the dark. He'll probably realize it was sending in a second.
It's funny.
You hear him start talking. He's like, "Who are you? What was that? Why are you reaching out to me?" Oh, yeah, another message in his head. He's just he flips the thing on his hand, and those lenses you saw him with come out before, and he holds it up.
Oh, shit.
Shit. He looks right at your scrying stone.
Oh, shit.
He's looking into the mirror, and she's just out loud, and also sending to Alina. He just, I think that was very rude. Also, it was good. You got me good.
Yeah.
Very funny. Please don't do that again. I think I might die. Oh, I know you can't keep sending back and forth to me forever, but quite good to see you. Well, see.
You gotta ask, can he see me?
Out loud, he's like, no, I can't see you. I can see your little scrying bubble.
Oh. God, that was gonna be fucking weird.
No, I mean, I know it's you, because I assume your little witch girl is not lying to me. I don't see any reason why she would. I know you can hear me through that, also. So, thought I'd just chit-chat with you. It's a little lonely down here. I know you can't respond to me, but things are going well. I've cleared off, cleared off 60% of the map. 9% of the map. I'm digging a lot. It'll be a while. It's never in the first place you look. It's always in the last place you look. Probably because you stopped looking. You ever think people keep looking after they found something? That would be just ridiculous. Might try it someday. Maybe it's fun. Like a game. I think I'm getting cave madness, Twink. If I die down here, don't let anyone know this is how I went out.
I'm telling everyone that's how he went out.
You're gonna tell everybody, I know, but I hope everything's good with you. You know, you should try and use that lockbox I have for you. Maybe send a note instead of just gold. Maybe you could talk to someone.
I drop immediately.
Lena slowly raises an eyebrow and looks at you.
Wow, what's up?
We're not gonna address that.
Well, were you addressing? I don't have a lockbox.
I think that's a lie. He's yelling out loud.
Crow, did you give me that lockbox? I didn't realize it.
Yeah,
Fuck.
gave it to you.
I forgot.
It's in your bag of holding.
And it'll remain there because Twink also forgot.
Yeah, she's just kind of like, okay. Twink, what's your deal?
You can be a little more specific.
I don't know. Starting a country, traveling the world.
Well, that was a whim. Didn't mean for that to happen. Just kind of happened.
Okay. Why?
Traveling the world also just kind of happened. You know, got ran out of my home.
Yeah, but why? What?
What do you mean, why? I was gonna be probably thrown in jail and persecuted and murdered.
Well, yeah, I mean, you could have gone to the Westwood. There's...
You saw what happened to that.
I mean, yeah, but that happened because of us. Sort of. Like a 50-50. Like, we're not responsible. Like, if anybody asked if we were responsible, I'd say no, but it was kind of...
Not to mention, they're not super friendly to people who just show up.
That's true, they kill people. Okay, no, I get it. What about the Autumn Forest? I mean, technically it's sort of like a colony, but you probably could have...
It's still, like, there, though. You know what I mean? Like, it's still... I could have been found.
Yeah. Okay, I guess it makes sense. Now you have to save the world.
No, I don't.
You have to save Archibald.
No, I don't.
You're gonna save Archibald.
Yeah, probably.
Because you feel a little morally obligated.
No, I don't.
You feel obligated to because he's super powerful and he can be your Archmage?
Yeah, maybe a little bit.
Okay. I'm gonna read now. She just like turns and settles in by the fire. Are you gonna make any other chit chat during the evening? So, like 45 minutes goes by quietly. The fire is definitely warmer now than it has been previously, both with the new wood added from fucking tree, as well as control flames. So some snow along the fringes starts to melt to the point where her passive perception is better than yours. Alina goes over and is breaking off some pieces of the tree, sort of to toss on the fire, just because the wood in it is actually sort of burning down. And even though control flames is keeping it going, it's good to keep wood in it. And she's like, Twink, you should look at this.
What is it?
She kind of like steps aside, and the pile of snow that was there earlier that had been disturbed. No.
Snow.
I thought you said no.
Snow.
You know, the
yeah.
pile of snow. No.
Snow.
No.
It has
Fuck
something
that
to do.
Well,
pile
there
of
was a
snow.
pile of snow.
Fuck
yeah,
that.
So the pile of snow that was there was disturbed by the tree, and now more of it's melting away. And you see, thought it was probably just rocks, maybe like a tree trunk or something. There's definitely like a trunk under the snow, but huddled up against it, very frozen. The ice sort of melting away. It's the girl from the brooch, injured and cold. Probably found this clearing just like you did and sat down to rest after hiking down the mountain.
Well, it's what we thought.
Kind of hoping she was not with them, or like they were going to visit her, or she'd stayed behind or something.
Nope.
What should we do?
Well, I can't just leave her here.
I can mold her with a grave. I don't think we want to pack her up on the carriage and drag a dead body into Isazvaengar.
No, we don't.
Do you want to... I mean, I'm going to be doing magic. Do you want to just bring light over and help, I guess?
Dancing lights.
Walks out like 15 or 20 feet away from camp. Casts the spell. Digs out a chunk of the ground. Digs a little deeper. Clearly like super shaken. Her face is somehow even paler despite the cold. And she... As it's all done, she's like, do you want to move her, or should I? Or I can get an elemental, I guess, to move her.
Ain't no reason for that.
There is some creaking and cracking, very stiff. You have to sort of separate her from the trunk, as kind of frozen back against it. You pull her loose and drag her over. Melina's just like not looking. She's just like facing away. Lower her down into the hole. And then Alina, just kind of like covering her mouth, just waves a hand and it molds earth closed again.
Here lies Brooch Girl.
Yeah.
Do you think we should like mark it or like? No, just leave it. I mean, her whole family's dead. There's nobody coming to see her.
Molds earth a little like semi-headstone thing. No words on it or anything, just like the shape. And rock will probably last like, I don't know, a couple years. Be a thing for travelers as they pass by.
I'd say we'd leave something here with it, but somebody will just steal it.
Yeah.
All right, back to the fire.
Okay. She just goes and sits there with you. Unless you say anything, she's not going to say anything, and you'll just have the rest of your watch. So, then it comes time to wake up the birds. You go into their tent, you shake them both awake.
Hey, are you guys good?
Yeah. Thank you.
No problem. Should be plenty of wood out there for you.
Thank you. Come on, Lotus.
Oh, Dolus.
Yeah.
We found the girl.
Oh.
Yeah, there's a stone. We took care of it.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'll just let you know.
Yeah. I'll bring our big fuzzy blanket, big woolen blanket, and just sort of like with it around us, like escort Lotus.
You
over back.
shuffle your way out.
like this blanket.
Olena takes one of the cots and just like curls up, goes to bed. Twink goes to bed. It's the birds. Bird watch. Bird watching.
I won't say much for the first like bit, and then after a little, I'll turn to Lotus. Are you doing all right?
Mm-hmm.
Are you sure?
Mm-hmm. I'm a little bit embarrassed.
Embarrassed?
It was a tree. It's not like Gillian is here anymore. He's a frog.
Hey, no, listen. Don't be embarrassed. It was very scary.
Mm.
I mean, I thought it was something. I ran out there with my scythe drawn.
Yeah. We get attacked during the night a lot.
I think we just get attacked a lot.
Yeah. Weird. Never used to be that way.
I mean, we weren't on a mission to save the world before.
True. Whenever we camped before, we would just, hear birds or like night animals.
Right. You, It's like the books we used to read, stories of the heroes. The journey's never easy for them, but if it were easy, it wouldn't be a good story.
Mm-hmm.
And I
So
think,
we have a good story here.
yes, I think that, I'll like put my hand on her head. Your story is going to be a good one.
Fulfilling one.
Yeah. I'm sorry that I wasn't there for you when it happened.
It wasn't your fault.
I try to always be there with you, and I try to always be there for you, and it felt like the one time I let my guard down, the worst happened. The one thing I was trying to prevent happened.
Well, we were at war, sort of, and well, nobody can really predict the future, and Dillis was on the ground.
No, people can predict the future. There's a whole subset of magic called divination, where they actively predict the future.
That's not fair.
I know. I wish I could use it.
Me too.
Sure, you could figure it out if you put your mind to it.
No, I think it might be too complicated. I barely know what 9 plus 10 is.
What's 9 plus 10?
Never mind. You, I think you're doing the best that you can. Don't ever doubt that you can do anything you put your mind to.
Yeah. You as well. You are really smart. And you can also do anything you put your mind to. I mean,
I appreciate it.
we're here saving the world after all.
Trying our best.
Mm-hmm. Constantly and consistently.
You know, I really didn't expect you to know either of those words. But here you are.
Learning a
How
lot
old
from
are
this.
you still?
Well,
Are you still 2?
I'm 2 in a few months. I think it's been like 5 months. Cryo, help.
Cryo help, like he's keeping track.
God, help me.
Yeah, it's been about.
Yeah, it was like 4 or 5 months.
It's been 4 and 5 months.
You talk like you're 5.
I mean, I am around you and many other smart people all the time, so I pick up things really fast.
Yeah, there's a lot of smart people in our group here, like
Wait, that's me!
Alina. Alina's very smart.
I feel offended on behalf of everybody.
Why do you feel offended? Did I say something? Did I say something wrong?
You took so long!
I'm sorry again that you know, you didn't ask to be on this journey to save the world. And if I could have prevented you from being on this path, I would have. But you're here now, and you're doing great. I'm very proud of you.
I mean, even with all of the downs with the dying, I think I'm having fun. I get to meet all sorts of people, see all kinds of things, see the world. For so long, it was just that road from home to school to the little treehouse we had. Now I went from Ryasty to a country that I was there when it was made, and the Westwood, and now Yupwa, and eventually we're gonna go to Dragonlost.
Yeah.
Not many
Hopefully.
people can say that. They've been to so many places when they were just 2.
I think, yeah, no, when with how normal people's lifespan goes here, they usually don't say that when that happens before they're 2. But yeah, it's a lot, and I know that. I mean, I know you. I have literally seen you since you were like this small, and I know that sometimes you put on a brave face, and a lot of people have a misconstrued notion of what it means to be brave. A lot of people in this world like to think that being able to blindly rush into any sort of fight or will to protect people makes you brave, but I think that being able to recognize the danger, being afraid, but still going into that fight, still trying to protect people, that's what makes you brave. Notice you are extremely brave. You're braver than me.
I wouldn't say that. Because you're older than me, I haven't seen all of your life. But I know, and I see all of the things that you've done for me.
I'm just trying my best, constantly and consistently, to quote you. But enough of that sort of heavy talk. I hadn't considered this before, and I only started thinking of it within the past couple of hours. So, the lightning, it's scary to you, yes?
I guess so.
Do I scare you?
No.
I use lightning in my magics very often, and thunder. Lightning and thunder, oftenly.
I don't know. I don't think I've ever been scared of your magic. It can be surprising, especially like the first time that I saw it, or whenever you do something new, like when you float.
Oh, trust me, if you feel surprised, just imagine how I feel. It's very strange. And now I can change my shape in certain ways. I can make an eyeball sprout on my forehead.
But please don't, because you said it hurts and it looks painful.
Can I try one thing? Just one. It'll hurt me a bit, but I'll be fine, I promise.
Okay.
I will open my hand I'm gonna try and make an eyeball on my hand. Like in my palm.
Yeah, no, you it does hurt, but you make an eyeball in your palm.
And can I
The
see
making of
through
the
it?
eyeball hurts a lot less than the headache you get as you try and perceive trinocular vision
Okay, if I
when
close
one
my
of the
eyes.
eyes is not the same direction.
I'll close my eyes and can I like look through the eyeball on my
Yeah,
hand?
you can look through the eyeball on your hand.
Wow.
It's very uncomfy. It's a really unsettling feeling.
I'll like turn it towards Lotus. Now this is strange. This could be very useful though.
Yeah, I would like sticking your hand through a thingy when you can't like stick your head through.
Right, exactly. And I'll make it go away. Open my eyes, just sort of like, ugh. Right. It's very straining. Maybe if I keep doing it, I can get good at it with practice.
Yeah.
Maybe it'll hurt less. I have no idea what, like, being able to levitate or do things like that. It makes sense from the source of my magic. Being able to make eyeballs on me and grow fingers and lose fingers and change my color. And like as he's saying change my color, he like swaps like blue, green, red back to normal.
Get that rotating RGB effect.
Yeah.
Gamer lights, duelist.
Like what does that mean?
You're just gaining more skills.
But where is that coming from?
It's from the power of you being very cool and cold.
Thank you. What about you? Have you tried anything since you saw I could do that? Put your hand out. Try and get a new finger. Just concentrate really hard on your hand. And imagine a sixth finger there. Or imagine having 4 fingers. Imagine being like me.
Gonna imagine myself with 4 fingers.
Play rollies with me.
What the?
So you're saying there's a chance.
You're saying there's a chance. However, I rolled
What'd
a 5 for 5 fingers.
Okay. We played rollies to see how much you would focus. You get a headache. You are like straining and it is cold and you are tired, so you're like 4 fingers. 4 fingers. 4 fingers. And after like 45 seconds, you're like, ow.
Okay. No, that's fine. Don't worry. I'll like hold her hand. Like, okay, you're good. Don't worry about it. Well, I don't know. Like, I appreciate that you think it's cool and exciting. I'm just confused more than anything.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure when we see Kaeli again, she'll give us all the answers. Really, just all the people that we want answers from are just so far away. Why can't they just be, like, pop in front of us?
That would be very, very useful.
Yeah.
I mean, she can be a minor illusion image of Kylie. Pop,
I stick my hand through it.
close my hand.
It's not the same.
I know. Well, you know,
Yeah?
I'm still like, maybe I'm just being weirdly stubborn. Still not convinced that Alina doesn't hate me.
I've actually about that. You know,
That she hates me?
no, I've been thinking of a separate thing. I've been thinking, I haven't ever seen you this, like, hung up about a person not like you. Like, there was that friend you had back in the elemental plane of air. I don't know what happened to them because they just randomly stopped, like, showing up. Hang out. But, like, with, like, even then it was like, you know, it was whatever that they weren't around anymore. But, like, even with everybody else that we've met, why are you so, like, worried that Alina doesn't like you?
I don't know. I mean, I hadn't really thought about it like that. Why do I care so much? You're right. When you put it that way, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
I don't care what people think about me. We were in a village close by from Raiden's house, and someone bumped into me, and Raiden told me I looked at them the wrong way, and they sort of almost ran away, shuffled. I didn't care at all.
So why does it matter with Alina?
Adolis sits there and he's like, has like a finger on his chin, like contemplative for like a good like minute or two. Like he's just sitting there like deep in thought. In his mind, I'm just running through.
It's like Sherlock mind palating the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, running through every possibility in my mind. And then there's a moment, his hand lowers, and his eyes start to widen. Oh no.
What?
Oh no. Really?
What?
No.
What?
No.
What? Yes.
Oh.
Yes. Oh, what? I bonk him.
Ah.
You get swatted on the side of the head.
It's nothing.
You can't. I grab like the front of his shirt, like shaking.
What are you doing?
You can't. This is like when Raiden's notebook just stopped. Like you can't just be like, "Oh, I understand now," and you just not tell me.
Don't talk about Raiden's notebook right now. Oh my. It's fine. No, it's fine. It's not a secret. There's no secrets. I promise you, there's no secrets.
Violent shaking. So you feel nauseous.
I mean, you know.
No, I don't know. That's what I'm asking you.
It's just a feeling. Wow, it's getting pretty late into our watch.
His head and start shaking his head.
Stop! Pull her arms off of me. Stop shaking me. Stop shaking me. Please stop shaking me. Tell you what.
Why are you so bothered? And why?
It's just a feeling.
What's that feeling? What feeling?
It's just
like
a
happiness?
feeling.
You mentioned
Yes,
Raiden's
sure.
notebook. All right, what happened in Raiden's notebook?
He went on an adventure. That's what happened.
Oh, time to see if she can Sherlock it.
Roll an intelligence check.
Tell it all. And then you left harm and Fairmont and they did things.
There you go, Lotus. There it is. It's because he met people like Fairmont who were really good friends to him.
But you're really good friends with Mara. And you're not bothered by Mara not liking you.
Because Mara likes me.
What about Twink?
I think. Twink doesn't like anyone, really.
Okay, what about, like, Socks?
Socks is dead.
Okay,
I didn't
but
really like Socks when I met him.
what about, like, Shoes or Pig or Dog or
Shoes is a cat.
so?
I really don't care for much from any animals. You saw what happened to that rat.
My rat.
I didn't know it was your rat. I thought it was a rat.
I was holding on to you.
Well, yes, I thought
But
that you
still,
had caught
what-
something.
What? Give me Raiden's notebook.
No,
Give me.
no. I'm like I'm pulling my bag back away. Here, fine, here. I'll open my bag. Hey, Cryo, do I notice anything missing from my bag?
Oh yeah, no, yeah, you do. You definitely do. The
I
book
open
on
it.
sex. It's
Yeah.
gone.
I open my bag to reach for Raiden's notebook. I close it. Turn to her sternly. More importantly, take her hand, shake it. Where's the book?
You're the one who has it.
Where's the book?
You-
The one about sex.
Oh, it's in my bag over there.
Why?
Hush.
I understand.
But okay, if Hush was doing something nice for me,
I have stopped shaking your hand. I don't know.
You're shaking your hand. I'm not let go.
I'm gonna sit.
It's just happening.
My hand stern.
It's happening.
I stop moving my hand.
Lotus, you're just like slowly peter out.
I'll give you Radiant's notebook if you give me that book back.
I get it. You want to marry Alina.
What? What?
That's what Raiden wanted to do with Novelia.
That is. I can't see where you came to that conclusion.
Alina sneezes in her sleep.
I have no idea how you came to that conclusion.
Dolus.
Yeah.
Full deception.
Deception? Cool. I think I'm actually really good at that. Or at least decently. Deception? I'm decently good at that.
It's a 3. It's not no average.
Hey, let's go! My boy got a 10.
13.
No, 10 total.
Oh, 10.
7.
Lotus, he's like, I have no idea how you got that. He is blushing so much. His voice is totally. He's got it unlocked. He's like, yeah, I got this. I have no idea how you came to. He is flustered beyond belief.
Why are you looking at me like that?
Dolus, it's warmer out here now.
Why are you looking at me like that? Stop
Oh.
thinking.
What do you mean stop thinking?
Stop thinking. Stop thinking about it.
I'm just trying to figure out why my big brother is so worried about a person, not liking him.
It's normal to
And then
not
he
want people
figures
to
it
not
out.
like them.
And then he doesn't tell me the reason, so I have to put my deductive brain to use and
How do
figure
you know
out
what deductive means?
the detective brain to use.
How do you know what a detective is? What's a detective?
They figure things out. And so, I will use my detective brain to figure out why exactly my big brother is so worried about this because he figured out and won't tell me. And so he told me not to bring up Raiden's notebook. And so there must be something that aligns with them. And so...
Why is this something else that runs in the family? Never mind. What? What is your deductive conclusion, Lotus?
Raiden wanted to marry Nobelia. Meaning you want to marry Alina.
I don't want to marry her. I mean, I don't want to marry her.
So you want to do something related to Mary.
Lotus, you're thinking too hard about it.
Yeah, this is hurting my head. I don't understand it.
I just, I... care about her opinions. Because I think I'm in love with her.
God fucking damn, bro! Finally! Jesus
Confetti,
fucking
Marcy!
Christ!
Okay. So... Where do we go from here?
But you can't go nowhere. We're not going anywhere from here. We're going to sleep soon. We're not going to talk about this. We're not going to bring it up.
So you don't want Alina to know?
Yes, correct. I do not want Alina to know.
Can I tell Hush?
No, what? Don't tell anyone. Why would you tell Hush?
Because he's a kid like me.
That's cool. I don't care. Don't tell him. You bringing up the fact that he's also a kid is not a point in favor of me wanting you to tell him. Don't tell anyone. Just rule of thumb. No secrets. But that doesn't mean no secrets to everyone. No secrets outside of us, okay? This is a secret to... Just don't. Please?
You ever plan on telling her?
I don't know.
Well, I guess you did just figure it out like a few moments ago.
Yes, correct. Now, let's not. Let's just, let's talk about something else. It's pretty... I mean, a girl died here.
Yeah, you picked the best subject to go from.
Holy shit! My guy! Whoa!
You think she was in love too?
Do you think she had an Aarakocra that liked her? Oh, brother! Jesus!
Oh, brother, this guy stinks.
I just wanted to ask if you would be there for me. No, it's like, holy shit. Oh, God.
From what Lorelai told me...
Yes, what did Lorelai tell you?
You know how sex is like the creation of things?
The stars above us, have you ever thought about drawing out a star map? Pull out your sketchbook. Do it.
So, for the next 45 minutes, Dolus desperately tries to avoid the subject of sexual intercourse with him and Alina
Yeah.
from Lorelai.
Yeah.
And then eventually Dolus, thank God for you, your watch comes to an end because Mara comes out of trance and just walks out of the tent while you're mid-sentence.
Mara, perfect. Lotus, go back to the tent. I need to talk to Mara about something.
Okay. Hi, Mara. I give him a quick
Good
hug
night.
before going.
Oh. So warm.
Oh.
Actually, you're kind of cold. Never mind. Go to bed.
No, we're super warm. Actually, we were under a blanket by the fire the whole time.
Dolus is especially warm.
Yeah. As Lotus goes back to the tent, Dolus just.
You good?
Fine. Hello. Good morning.
What happened? Why are you out of breath?
I'll pull out the brooch and I'll open it. The girl we were talking about earlier today, Twink and Alina found her.
Oh.
She was here. And they buried her over there. And I point to the
I was
the
gonna ask
grave
you
site.
if she was alive.
No.
Damn,
she was
okay.
frozen. I was going to ask if you, because you're a druid, correct? If you could, give some sort of blessing on the land. Because you're tuned to the nature. I don't know. I don't know how this works. Mara, I grew up in the clouds. There's no druids up there.
I mean, I grew up with my head in the cloud, so it's kind of similar. I could.
You just try. I know you're the most attuned to the nature amongst us. If you could just.
I mean, all right. So what? So, what exactly do you want me to do?
Just give a prayer, to the land, or something. I don't know. It's been a long night.
Did she have a name?
No. I mean, I'm sure she had one. I don't know it. Can I look at the brooch, see if there's anything written on the inside?
Yeah. Make an investigation check.
An it's how much am
Trust me.
14 plus 1, 15.
Okay. Beats. It is damaged, kind of rusted over. It's you had some trouble, but you turn it over and you scratch off some of the ice and clear out some stuff. And it is the says the Wayberry.
The Wayberries.
The Wayberries.
That was their last name.
Oh, I like that name.
It's great. It's a good name. Thank you. I'll just put my hands on his shoulders, pat them. Thank you. I'm going back to bed.
Wait, you're not gonna be here?
Sure, I'll be here. I'll walk over to the grave with him.
You wanted me to do this. You're not
yes,
gonna...
I don't know. It's fine.
All right, you guys walk over.
All right. I mean,
I'll
you
pull
have
out
any...
the book on. Hold on. I'll pull out the book of the gods and whatever, and quickly looking at the table of contents. Me asking you about your pantheon, Cryo. Is there a god listed there that is either a god that is of nature, or one that is a symbol of the death, or what happens after death?
There is specifically, there are two gods that from your reading of it earlier, because you did read it, there is Ehona, and Ehona is the goddess of nature in the wilderness. Okay. And then there is Marlena, who is the goddess of freedom, discovery, and a gentle afterlife.
Oh, what was the second one?
Marlena.
Marlena.
Mm-hmm.
Could you, I'm looking at the book, reading, ask Ehona to bless the land and Marlena to grant her and her family a gentle afterlife.
Oh, okay. Wait. Okay, you're gonna. Go. Who?
Maybe I should just wait to see if Hickory wakes up. Close the book.
I mean, we could. We don't have to call on God. We could just say our own piece. Doesn't have to involve a greater being. Why can't it just be us?
Because I don't control what happens after she dies, but the god does. They're literally, I point to the book, they're the god of a gentle afterlife.
Well, yeah, but like you seem to care a lot.
I don't like seeing anyone
Hold
dead.
on.
Okay.
All right.
This is happening.
Way Berry family who died in the snow. It was very sad to see you go.
This is
Mars taking a level in Bard.
You do not like green eggs in ham. M.I.M.
Sam Wayberry.
This is such a great like laying throughout.
Talk about the stars.
Well, your first name I do not know, but you did die in the snow.
Is it supposed to rhyme?
I don't know. Your turn.
I'm sorry. We could not find you and your family sooner. But we will send you off on this night so lunar. Nudge him. Go on.
Like trying to get your friend to help you hide the teacher. He's like, all right, you go.
Oh,
This is a dead person.
Can I wake up? I should
no.
No. I wish we had rocks so we could build you a tumor.
A what? A tumor?
Who's the god of holy vengeance? Hang on.
The god of cancer, apparently.
May your peace arrive sooner.
I think you're killing her more.
I think you just sent her to hell.
As Mara finishes that, Dolus like, may Marlena and Ehona bless you.
There's like 15 to 30 seconds of dead air, just quiet. Like you can hear the sound of like wind off the mountains above you. The forest is like dead quiet. Maybe back in camp you hear someone in their sleep just like
I'll turn to Mara.
I
think we did good here.
I think so, dude. Like that was fantastic.
You both
Good
did terrible.
words.
Wait, what?
Wait.
You both did terrible.
I'll look around.
You turn, Baradorn's just like standing there as a cat in the snow, like 10 feet behind you.
Oh, you were watching?
Hello, Baradorn.
Yeah, I kind of like hang out with you. He like walks up next to you, just sits down in the snow.
How'd you like our speech?
I think you sent her to a poor afterlife.
Oh,
a poor rhyming afterlife.
Should we try again?
No, God! For the love
wait,
of God,
okay.
Pirate girl to wake up.
Wait, Barador, like you're close to godlyhood. You send her off.
All right, kid, hold out your hand. Not to me, to the grave.
Oh.
Just hold your hand out. Like, he kind of glows. He gets like a gentle golden aura around him. You get the same sort of aura around your hand. Your staff, the top of it, kind of glows a little. And Dolus, not to your surprise at all at this point, your arm kind of just gently starts to glow. Lotus back in the tent, like falling asleep. Your wings just gentle green glow. The snow kind of whips around in a little circle from the wind. You watch the rock kind of curl up and shape itself almost into a nice little almost casket-like monument that rapidly starts to harden tighter and tighter, and then it just there's a little crunch, and the light just is gone. And the wind dies and the snow settles. And he's just like, there.
What was that?
She's all locked up now. Nothing will get to her.
Thank you.
You mortals are weird. He like gets up and walks away. Off towards the fire.
I should really visit a temple sometime. Or something.
Learn the ways of the gods.
I don't know. I really didn't like that.
I mean, do you want to invest in the way of the cleric or something?
I mean, I don't know about that much. Just know, like, the rights of the dead.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of dead bodies. It wouldn't hurt, maybe.
Yeah.
Just
Or
get
I could
hick.
we should have just waited for the great wake up.
Probably. You think Doc knows anything about that?
Probably not. I mean, maybe.
Probably not.
Well, maybe actually, but no, I don't know.
I mean, you think he's like interested in that sort of stuff?
I don't think
like they
anyone's
have their
really
own
interested
hobbies.
in it.
This is
I'm going back to sleep.
Yeah. God telling you to go to bed. Like, this is we're done. Yeah, Dolus goes back to sleep. He joins Lotus in her like moribund state of half awakeness.
It's fine.
Curl up and go to bed. And Mara, you sit down by the fire. The cat is sitting there. He's flicking his tail and looking into the flames.
So that stuff we talked about last time. How long do we have, you think?
Not sure.
No.
But you know as well as I do that he's coming for you.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know how or why. And your wizard bitch is not helping.
What do you mean?
You know, Mrs. All-Powerful, who has no idea how Noxus helped kill her king.
Oh, Delilah.
Yeah. Who do you think I was talking about?
I thought you were talking about Alina for a second.
No, she's not a bitch. She's a good girl.
I agree.
There's no DM bias here at all. Get that camera away from your face.
Baradorn, you son of a bitch! You dirty bastard!
Yeah.
That's what I figured.
Don't know if he's gonna even show up tonight. Probably not, but...
What makes you say that?
Because it's freezing fucking cold. If a fire genie was anywhere near here, I'd hope he'd at least warm it up.
Oh, that's true. We'd probably notice, like, steam or something.
Steam, heat of any kind. How do you survive? Oh, but you don't. That's why that girl's there.
Oh, too soon, man. Too soon.
Oh, look, you go away like little pebbles stepped on at the beach to me. I don't know.
I guess, but you know, life is just limited for us, you know?
Yeah, it's kind of funny.
What?
What? It's funny.
What? Wait, why?
Because you're here and then you'll waste it for like several decades and then you're gone. Is that not funny to you?
Oh,
That's funny to us genies. We think it's pretty funny.
Why?
Well, that's why we fuck with you. Don't you hear all the stories of like genies granting wishes, but they're fucked up? It's because we like fucking with you.
Oh, so you like finding like the loopholes to?
Yeah.
That's really mean, man. It's like, you know, we grab these like small moments here and there and latch onto them, appreciate them, and you know that wish was probably one of them. Like a lot of people. Because like I said, life is short, especially for non-elves.
Didn't
Typically,
you threaten to burn down a guy's house like 2 days ago?
not me.
Fair enough. I don't know. Personally, I don't know what y'all find so amazing about all this. If I was you, I'd just cut straight to the afterlife personally. But, you know, I guess I can appreciate the short-lived nature of mortality. It's no fun messing with immortals. They just try and get back at you forever.
I could see that.
Yeah, that's why Kaeli and I don't get along. She died a long time ago. It would have been funny when she and I got in a fight, but no, now it's like a rivalry. Stupid. Told her we weren't gonna. No, I was gonna have a very nice plateau, and then she turned it into a mountain range. Bullshit. Anyways, yeah, no. Figure your stuff out. Get your friends. I'm safe. You know where to find me. He does like a big stretch, and then he just into sand onto the snow.
I'll just furl my coat. Keep a casual watch. Maybe draw on the snow.
There you go. Everybody wakes up the next day and loads up into the carriage.
Wait, who woke up?
Yeah, which one?
It's Hickory.
Hickory wakes up.
Hickory.
I asked
Already
ahead
won.
of time.
Excuse me, Hickory.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You know, I just wanted you a cleric, correct?
Who's dead and did you do it?
Well, no, we found the girl from the picture brooch. I don't know if you were there or watching for that part.
Yeah, I mean, hazy, but yeah.
You know, there's a grave over there. If you could just give her a send off. I don't know.
Yeah, can I at least, put my armor on in case something tries to kill me while I do it?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. She starts getting all her shit together.
It's a lot easier.
Cryo, I guess while I'm getting ready, do you want to tell me what the average, post-mortem would be in Hickory's mind?
Oh. Well, I mean, you haven't blessed or been to a blessing of the deceased since before your exile.
Yeah.
For Iceholm, it's like the family's there. There's some singing. Someone says some words, and then they get lowered into the opening.
Yeah.
And so, for you, there's no family here. You don't know what this girl's denomination was. Just a nice little tomb made of some very sturdy granite that it looks like someone molded.
Okay.
You're actually pretty impressed by Mara's handiwork.
So she goes over to the grave and kneels down. She brings out some of her alms, like the normal stuff. I'm not burning through my shit that I need for.
You're keeping enough to cast your spells.
Yeah.
Okay.
It sets out her incense and things like that, and you see her kind of bow her head, and it's pretty quiet. In all honesty, she was taught to say a lot of prayers in silence. So 2 minutes go by, You can kind of see her adjust some things with the incense and the other offerings that she gives. And then she gets up and she's like, okay.
Make a religion check for me.
Sure. You'd think I would have pulled out my actual dice by now, but alas,
Madre de Dios.
I have not. Alrighty. I need to pull up Hickory's sheet. Oopsies.
You have a +4.
Thank you. Hey, that's a 22.
Excellent. You do your entire thing, your whole spiel. And as everybody else is loading up the carriage and strapping things down, they've taken all the tents. Stolas is kind of standing, helping, watching you.
Mm-hmm.
Everything's all sorted, and there is this soft breeze that comes through. And Dolus, it's not like the ones that you're used to. It doesn't feel like Kaeli. It doesn't feel natural. It feels almost like when a door gets opened into a house where someone cooked you dinner, and you feel the warmth and you smell home coming out to you.
Oh.
It's gentle and soft, then kicks up a bit of snow, and it's just normal wind coming off the mountainside.
Thank you for doing that.
I hope she rests well.
I think now she will.
Good. Now come on. We gotta go meet with Lorelei, right?
Yeah.
Yes, hush!
At a point when you're like packing up, Hush will like send a message and says, "Are we gonna be able to take any of this firewood?"
Maybe not
I mean-
all of it, but it'll
You
be
guys
enough to
can
fill our
definitely
box.
fill your firewood box, yeah.
Yep.
We can do it. I don't see why not. I'll message Hush in his head, and I'll tell him, I apologize for getting loud or aggressive with you last night. I just want you to know that your efforts are appreciated, and that it was just a lot getting woken up.
You don't have to apologize. I wouldn't have wanted to be woken up like that either. I wasn't thinking that I maybe couldn't catch it. That's my fault. I'm sorry.
It's all right. I mean, just remember that you are, or rather, right now, while you're still a child, this is the time to make mistakes and learn. Thank you for getting us more firewood.
Yeah. No problem.
But you are gonna help us load it up, so come on.
I was
You
doing
hear this?
blind.
One-on-one.
Get out of here.
Get my head.
They said it. They specified
Oh, right.
it.
Shit, fuck. Ah!
I did
All
say,
right.
hey, dude, well, let's get it some of this firewood.
Who is helping get firewood?
I'm good with axes.
That's
I-
true.
I have knives. Not
Okay.
great with them. Like,
I have my fist.
Okay, Twink.
I'm gonna watch.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm actually
Hickory is
also gonna watch.
slightly wiser than Doc, so sure.
I lived in the woods.
I will sit beside Twink and also watch.
I have.
Let's
8
get this
knives.
shit.
All right.
We're gonna be here for hours.
Dolus, make a survival check with advantage.
Let's go. Let's go. This is like my best skill. Okay, that's 15. That's a 13. So 22.
22. You guys spend an extra like 20 to 30 minutes here at camp chopping just chunks off this tree. Alina starts like shape watering them dry with some of Mara's help. Chop it up into a fair amount. You get a full box, and then you're able to stack about another box worth on top of your box and tie it up.
Hell yeah.
So very, very sufficiently firewooded up.
Let's go.
God
Yeah.
damn, you must have the biggest axe known to mankind, my guy.
What?
They also have magic.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what magic? Who's got the split wood spell?
Tree cutting magic.
I don't need a split spell.
We literally have
Who's
a
got the split wood spell?
we
They
literally have a
line-
wood
I
elf.
have a wood axe.
They line them all up, and Alina casts lightning bolt on them and explodes them into usable pieces.
Shut
They
up,
all
whatever,
get
get in the
fired.
cart! Let us
I
yell
can't
out of
fall on
this,
the tree.
Twink!
It's not the cleanest firewood ever. That is a very apt point. It's not the nicestly cut, but you can burn
It's
it.
wood.
He's wood. He's a lot of wood. And you are ready to set out again. And you all load up into the carriage. Is anyone sitting out front with Mara?
I
I
guess
will.
not.
Fuck no.
Yeah,
I will
I'll
because
do
I
it.
need to keep him warm.
Yeah.
Alright.
Never mind.
Oh, no,
Have fun,
Mara
Hush.
doesn't want me there, apparently.
Mara,
Because I said I
don't
would in the
wanna be
beginning. He
there.
said no.
they set off. You are going to be traveling for the next 4.5 to 5 hours. So, from the time you wake up around sunrise, plus you're traveling, and probably get there a little afternoon.
To Isazvaengar.
So,
That's the name of the town.
Yep.
Oh, I heard not a word.
It's because
Oh,
there
yeah.
weren't any words in that.
Yeah.
Choose search bird.
Yes.
Yeah. Ray, you were trying to say something.
Throughout the carriage ride, I am glancing at Alina and Dulles every once in a while. That's all.
Dulles
Are they
is not
sitting next
looking.
to each
Make a
other?
stealth check.
And there was only one chair. Fucking whatever.
And they were roommates.
Oh my god, they were Oh my god,
How
they were
bad is
party
it?
members.
How bad is it?
Funny.
Oh, it's a nat 20? Oh. All right. Neither Dolus nor Alina notice as you're like every now and then they look and you're just
Hey,
to
Lotus.
everyone in the carriage it's just normal.
Hey, Lotus.
Mm-hmm.
Would you like to learn a new skill?
Yes.
It's called Polish the Orb. You see, you take this cloth here and you do this.
Twink teaches you how to polish glass.
This is child labor.
Yes.
Well, you see, when you make it, it's rigid and it can hurt you.
Twink, this is child labor.
Huh?
Never
No,
mind.
this is teaching.
Okay. For what purpose is this being taught?
So she knows how to do it.
Right, and why?
Because it's a good skill to have.
Right. Sure.
What's the problem, Dolus?
It's just it's nothing.
Hickory, what are you trying to say?
I just want to know how much of the first book I got through yesterday.
Not a huge amount. It's decently sizable, and reading is somewhat difficult in the carriage, especially on the roads to here.
I'll stick with the book. I'll stick with that first book then.
All right.
Now, Lotus, remember, you got to twist it as you do, so make sure you get all edges. You got to keep rotating the orb.
Okay.
There you go.
Hickory,
Hmm.
what book are you reading?
It's about
Lotus,
dreamwalking.
circular motions. Circular motions.
Twink, what
There
do
you go.
What is that?
It's an orb. That's all it
Okay,
is
but-
right now.
Okay. What's it
What is
gonna
it
be?
going to be?
We'll see.
Okay. It's about
Oh,
dreamwalking,
yes.
Lotus.
Someone will see.
Oh,
Yeah.
like when you have a dream and you walk around in it?
Kinda. Doc has this idea that being a Kalashtar means that we should, figure out how to be a Kalashtar. But since we don't have any actual stuff for it, or, an actual quarry, we kind of have to just read about it.
Oh, that makes sense.
All right, speaking of books, and I just, not sneakily at all, open Lotus's bag on her side and pull the book out.
Oh wait,
Put it back in my bag. Hush.
oh, she found out.
Don't dig through my things again without me knowing.
He's up front.
It's muffled
He's
through the
sorry, I
front of
forgot
the
he was-
Don't do too much.
I'll say it in his head.
There you go.
This is not an issue.
Respect the
I talked
Lotus.
to his-
He found out?
She found out.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, you spend the next couple hours polishing an orb to pristine condition while awkwardly and almost like joyously glancing between Alina and Dolus whenever no one is looking.
I imagine like every time she like looks to like Elena and Dolus, Twink is like, no, you gotta like like.
Tweak is staring at you the whole time, but he's just so focused on you polishing the orb, he does not process that you're giddily glancing at the two of them. And the rest of the ride goes pretty smoothly. There's not a lot of trouble. I mean, the forest is cold, less cold than the mountainside was, but the sun starts to rise. It warms up a bit. You start to hear the sounds of some animals out and about. And eventually the forest starts to thin a little bit. And you sort of start to see a silhouette of something through the trees as you're going, like a large looming shape ahead of you. Until you finally get through enough of the trees, Hush and Mara, who's not here, to see ahead of you a city. A whole city built into this coastline, full on huts and houses. There are fishing huts and docks, big enough to handle maybe a dozen full-size ships at most. Certainly nothing compared to Ryesti or Tiok or Minori, but it's still solid and built up along this whole hillside, or almost Viking-esque style houses and longhouses, some old boats that seem to have been converted into gathering halls or inns. It's somewhat busy. You see a couple people wandering around. Even close to you, some people are coming in out of the forest with carts of firewood. There's smoke coming up in the air. You see some boats out past the harbor, probably fishing. And it's a lively town, city. Welcome to Isazvaengar.
Isazvaengar.
I got this. Hang on, I got this. Welcome to Isazvaengar.
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 Isaz.
It's
Isazvaengar.
Sassafras.
Isazvaengar.
Sassafras and
Oh,
guard.
you have arrived in Isazvaengar. Nice open city stretches out for you. It's got a wooden wall around it that's all the thick logs of pine trees that have formed this sturdily strapped together like wall around the city. And the temperature almost immediately feels warmer as you are approaching the city, probably just from the mass of fires that are burning somewhere within it. But also it might be due to the sun getting more direct light on you as you get out of the forest. What do you do? Why are you looking at us?
I know how to remember the city at this point. It's all about the question, because this is what it sounds like. Is that a gar? They're just looking in the water. Is that a gar?
Or is that a gar?
Is that a car?
Is that a car?
It's like, what is
Or
this?
is it a gar?
What is this? Oh, it's Isazvaengar.
Yeah.
It's a fast fucking car.
It's
Is that a fast car?
Everyone is loaded in pretty hefty like coats and furs, and they're all milling about. The city's generally pretty quiet. You get the idea they're probably staying inside mostly. But yeah, there's a number of people on the streets as the carriage kind of rolls in.
What time did you say it was?
It's probably a little after the noon.
Isazvaengar.
That's all they say there. The only word that anyone knows in the city is Isazvaengar.
It's Asmongold.
Should we show what time is it?
Is that a bar?
Isazvaengar.
He says,
Oh.
Yeah.
All right.
Alina in the carriage is just like, should I call our ride?
Did you say we saw like the coastline as we were?
Oh
like,
yeah, no, it
we-
is like a harbor city. It's built into the coastline, so it goes
Is our boat there?
right up to your boat is not there. Your ship is not there. At a glance.
Yes. I'll tell Lena. Yes.
Yeah. No, yeah, you should ask.
Starts casting.
Oh, yeah, you guys missed it. Last night I pranked Fairmont.
What'd you do?
pranked-
It's pretty funny. You missed
You
it.
You talked to Fairmont?
What'd you do?
Yeah. So I used the scrying mirror. And then I had Alina yell in his head mentally and it scared the shit out of him. It was so funny.
That's messed up, Twink.
Yeah, it was. It was hilarious.
It sounds funny though.
He thought
Oh,
it
he-
was
does sound
funny too. At least that was
Okay,
the
that's
main
good.
benefit.
That's such a good idea.
So he's doing well?
He was eating a cave rat.
He might be going a little insane underground.
Oh.
Yeah.
He's only been under there for like 4 days.
Yep.
He was kind of crazy when we met him.
I'll check
true.
in with him more.
He probably
Okay.
needs the company.
Yeah.
Oh,
Has Lena already done? Okay.
she'll be here momentarily, she said.
How long is a moment?
Right. No, that boat can go really fast.
Maybe we should just go straight to the docks.
Yeah.
Yeah. We should stable the horses first.
Hey, are we go-
Oh,
is-
yeah,
did she
thanks.
say she's going to be at the
Well, we
docks?
But
I mean, I would hope so. She's
It's an airship wherever she wants.
Well, no, aren't they?
isn't it pretending to be a
Drop
boat?
it on top of the place.
It's an
Where else
airship.
is
I
the
mean,
boat?
it's the best.
We
the
should
best
go to
bet
the
is
docks.
the docks.
Also, aren't we leaving? What do we do with the stable, the horses?
I got this. Don't worry. We're good on that.
That does not incite.
You guys head to the stable.
No.
Are we stabling the horses?
No, we go to the docks.
Oh, we're going to the docks.
Okay, you go to the docks.
On
Go
the
rolling.
way,
Mhm.
I will. I'm pretty sure I already did this, but I'll go through everybody that was on the ship with Hush, so he knows who is who.
All right.
To walk. Fireman.
Oh, did you talk to Maya, Lotus, yesterday?
Shit.
I forgot.
Shut up.
God damn it! Fucking shut up and keep going!
Twitch chat bullshit. God. damn it.
I didn't talk to her, Sag.
Sag, Monka S, bro.
I
Literally
forgot.
That's
earlier in the
copium.
session, you said weird. I thought you were going to say weird.
Weird champ.
Weird.
Oh,
So
did I
don't-
already do it? Did I already do
Man.
Okay, you pull out the spoon.
it?
Hi, Maya.
Maya! Wait, don't you have
Stop
a
yelling. Wait, who has this? Me? Oh yeah, I do.
You have.
Yeah, because you kept this.
Joke's on you, I stole it. Here's the spoon bag.
You for gore.
Oh yeah. So I'm like, what? Did you talk to Maya? You're like, don't you have the spoon? I'm like, oh.
Dolus pulls out the
Yeah,
spoon.
that's how that went down. I remember that exactly.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
exactly
that's
what
exactly how that happened.
I just pulled out a random spoon.
happened. happened.
That
That
really
would have been
tracks,
funnier. I wish
actually.
you would have done that.
Just starts talking into it. That's not the right spoon.
That makes a lot of sense, actually.
Hello, Maya. Sorry, I forgot to send a message yesterday, but we're good. How are you?
Dead.
Yeah, 7 words.
Also, use less words in your message.
You know?
All right. Get back. It doesn't take a long time to respond. Oh, I was eating lunch. I'm glad you guys are okay. I'm fine. Everything's fine. Don't worry about me. Really. Why should I use less words in...
She's fine.
Do you think she was using the spoon?
What?
Oh, to eat?
Yeah.
Well, it's just a rock on the
Oh,
other
Hers
that's
is
side.
a
right.
rock.
The other side is
Yeah.
the rock.
I hope she
They
was
should-
using the rock to
They
eat.
should just use
Can
the
you
rock to eat.
imagine? Could you imagine accidentally using the sending spoon and you're just like,
Holy
and someone
shit!
on
The other person just hears you eating.
the other person on the other end just hears.
They have the spoon.
Put
It
the
starts
mic in your
talking.
mouth.
Fucking, the spoon starts talking. You're like, damn, this alphabet soup goes hard.
She's eating. She's like eating a soup or something, and like the spoon's in her mouth, and just.
Two spoons.
By the way, we should probably tell her at some point that she can talk to us too. She doesn't have to wait for us to talk to her.
I'll tell her that tomorrow. It's fine.
I can tell her that later today. Like Alina's like kind of just.
Oh yeah.
Also, she gestures vaguely to hush.
It's fine.
Okay. Anyways,
Where's the Lorelei?
you guys are coming around the streets. People are kind of like looking at your carriage as it comes by. I mean, it's a rich, fancy carriage in like this place. Which, don't get me wrong, this place is pretty nice, but like this is the kind of place where hardy people live, not nobles. So everybody's kind of eyeing you as you make your way down to the docks, and there's some open areas where you guys can sort of fit your carriage by. All the roads are big enough, and you finally get down there. Everybody kind of like various fishermen and people part out of the way as you come up to just a patch of ground that stretches out into the docks. Can sit there for a minute.
Do you think?
Excuse me.
Yeah.
I'm sitting on a barrel nearby, just
May I ask why you're here?
in
Waiting
your
for-
carriage.
We're
Waiting.
Boat.
waiting for our boat.
You're waiting for a ship.
Yeah.
Yes.
A ship will take some time to get here. Probably, if you can't see it on the horizon, at least a few hours.
Unless it's coming around the side of the cove, he like gestures up and down the coast.
Yeah, that's it's coming from. there.
Probably, yeah.
I'll be here in a moment.
Go and
Should probably go inside and stay warm. I'm not sure you blue bloods are cut out for the cold.
I mean, what are you doing out here on a barrel?
Excuse you.
I was packing crates, taking a brief break.
Okay.
It's nice to meet you, Crate
It's
Packer.
nice to meet you. Yes, it's a pleasure.
My name's Yegar.
Yegar, Packer of Crates. It's good to meet you.
In Isazvaengar.
Yeah, excuse me. Do you know why they named this settlement the way they did?
Isazvaengar.
Yes,
Yeah.
Does it have a meaning? Or?
It's an old name from lost language of the land before this. Generally translates, I believe, to Ice Warden.
Oh.
Ice Warden.
That's
Oh.
way easier to say.
It's very interesting. Thank you for teaching us that, Mr. Yeager.
Packer
Certainly.
of Crates.
What kind of crates are you packing, Yeager?
Just gets up, pulls out a bottle of alcohol from one of the crates, and just thunk.
Does it look like the alcohol
Does.
that I have? What does this guy look like, Cryo?
A hardier fella. He's blonde. He's got like braided hair. Very, very stereotypical Viking stature. Very similar to Matthias, of like big, broad shoulders. Not as tall as Matthias, but like he's the big, bulky, like bearded, shaved-headed, braided-haired gentleman.
By chance, Mr. Yeager, have you ever heard of the wayberries?
I ever heard of the Wayberries. Family does business with some of our trading ships up here
Hmm.
from
Do
south.
you happen to know if they have any relatives that live here?
Here, no, just business partners. They're from. I think near Fort Don, come up every 6 months or so.
Right. I think I found something that might be of theirs. Do you know who their, closest partner or anything would be here in this city?
Here?
Someone who knew them the best.
You give me a moment, I can get someone. Sure.
Please.
He starts walking off.
Our ship will probably be here by the time you get back.
Sure. He says he walks off. You guys are left in silence for
As
maybe
he
another.
leaves, I'll let the party know I found the alcohol and it looked like what he was drinking.
Might want to keep some of that for Lorelei.
Well, no, I mean, I'm not giving it to him or anything.
Oh, okay, fantastic.
I have it in my ring.
Oh.
Maybe 45 seconds pass, and Mara, with your passive perception out the wazoo and being on the outside of the carriage,
What do your seeing eyes see?
got headlights.
What is your passive perception?
You do.
Is that the car?
24.
You see, is that the car down the coast? Down the coast to the north, actually, you see a ship coming very quickly towards you all.
Does it look like our ship?
I mean, you can't tell at first, but as it starts to get closer, it's definitely got a balloon instead of sails.
I think that's it.
You know,
You think what's it?
Out there.
And then you guys all look at it, you squint, and you do start to see a dot coming, and then it starts to get big, and you realize it's the ship rapidly approaching.
holy.
Going real fast.
Why does it have balloons?
Someone
It's
should
an
tell them.
airship.
Lolita, tell them to slow down.
Did we? Yeah. No, I don't know if I'll be fast enough. She starts casting.
Oh, go ahead and put it in the water too.
No. Before Alina can cast, you
No.
guys can all see
No.
the ship. No, Twink, I won't. But yeah.
So dickish.
No, I didn't use
So
that. I didn't.
Come put it in the water. No. I elect not to.
SpongeBob zoom in on the mouth. No.
Perish.
Before she can even cast the ship, you do see suddenly come down and impact water and start
Does it skip?
quickly slowing down. It does do a bit of a skip. It has a little a few people on the dock nearby are kind of seeing it and are like, what? They're like, it's approaching way faster than any ship has a right to.
This is a no wake zone, sir.
Shut the fuck up!
Oh my god. And it just comes slowly listing into harbor. The waves are starting to rock against the docks. You see some of the boats out in the distance getting lurched as the impact of this decently sized frigate into the water as it comes. It reaches normal ship sailing speed as it enters the harbor proper. And it kind of starts filling in. And you guys see a bunch of people on the top deck waving more than you had originally had on your crew, doing their big waves. And you recognize that some of the various Twinktanians have seemed to have joined the crew.
I take Hush's hand and I also wave. Yay!
All right.
Can we go? I want to say hi to them.
Well, they're
We gotta
coming.
Let them dock.
You gotta wait for them to
Lotus.
dock
Yeah, no,
first.
Lotus, you're
Lotus.
no flying. Remember.
Lotus, can I have my hand back?
Oh, yeah, here you go.
Here you go.
Yeah.
Hey.
Oh my god. So, before the ship finishes pulling in, as it's now at normal ship speed, Yeagar comes back with a stockier woman, and he's just I do. Staring.
Hello, packer of crates.
How did
Say hello to my ship.
how did
It's
How
just
did
around the
woman-
cove.
The woman with him is just like, I don't know what he's on about. What can I do for you?
Hello. It's nice to meet you. I'll like step forward. What is your name?
Kate Hughes.
One more time.
Kate Hughes.
Kate Hughes. Okay. It's nice to meet you.
The
Miss
accent
Hughes.
you know.
It's nice to meet you, Miss Hughes. I gather you were an associate of the Wayberries.
Right, aye, Catherine and I. He's got the same name.
Okay. Well,
Good friends, good cook. It's good. Always deliveries on time.
we, on our way here, we found their carriage broken and fallen off the cliffside. And I'll pull out the brooch and I'll hand it to her. If you know any of the relatives, you could have this given.
Oh, right, our dear Catherine. Known her for 20 years. And husband's a right prick, but she's alright. Oh, it's a boy. Oh, she brought the boys, girls for the autumn. Oh,
Yeah.
no, yeah, we're all. Oh,
Yeah.
It's gone here to Fort Dunn. She got an uncle, runs vineyard there.
Okay.
Yeah.
I cast the one spell that lets me understand people.
Comprehend
languages.
I can understand what the
Comprehend
fuck she's
people.
saying.
Sitting here like, is this deep speech? What's going on?
Comprehend
What
language.
she's saying.
sounds like when you're rewinding a clip. Like,
Yeah, you cast comprehend.
How
We'll now listen to Miss Kate Hughes' perspective of Twink now that he can fully understand her. She's like, oh, yeah, no, in Fort Don there was an uncle owns the vineyard. Alcohol runs it up here. A lot of times we were finding it up here in the snow. To the rest of you, it's like, to right to uncle, he's come dare right down to alcohol, brings it straight up here twice a year.
What's his name?
His name's Owens.
Owen.
Owens Wayberries.
All right. Well, I'll hold on to it then. Wait. Hopefully.
She'll get it down faster tonight. They are go down round that time, not this time of year.
Of course.
She said we can't go down there this time of year. It's better we'll get it there faster than she
Right,
will.
right, of course.
Oh,
Yeah.
Of course, you're not going to Fort Dunn. Still be fast for me.
Cryo.
Yeah.
She,
I want you to know you just like manipulated the coding of like my reality because you're like, his name's Owens. I got a FaceTime for my brother. Owen.
Owen.
Yep.
Yep.
Nice. I am a god in this world and this world.
You're just like, hey, did you hear about the
Anyway.
Goodberries?
So, she kind of nods to you and she's like, "Nah, for telling us, it's gonna have to get a new supplier down there for her each time. Jagger, pack the crates. It's gonna be a rough winter." And she turns back and just gives you a wave as she walks back inside. And like Jaeger's still just like, I don't. Lost.
So
No ship.
The ship docked.
hold on to this.
it's a good thing you're good at packing crates.
It's a magic.
No.
No, our
She's just
friend
really good.
here. We've just perfected balloon travel on water.
Oh, I was gonna ask
So a
you.
lot more effective than sails, actually.
Wouldn't imagine it to be, but all right.
I mean, the proof's in the water here.
That is not true. Do not go around telling people that.
Are you telling him that or telling me that?
Yeah, I'm telling Jaeger that. Do not go around telling your people that that's the fastest. Do not do that.
I don't know what to believe from you anymore.
I mean,
I'm
you saw
impressed.
there's some proof in front of you, and then there's what he's telling you.
Believe nothing and everything.
I'm
You know
gonna
what
say
that
hi to
is?
Lorelai.
Yeah, go.
You run down the dock as the ship is like throwing anchor over and putting the gangplank up.
Get on the ship. Get on the ship.
All right,
Get on the
you guys
ship.
all run to get on the ship. Yes.
We bring the carriage down as far as we can.
Yeah.
Okay, you bring the carriage onto the dock. All right. It can go all the way to the gangplank.
You're fucking
At one
right.
point, you're
Is it on
bringing
dock?
it up.
You're fucking right that it is.
You're bringing it down the dock and like leaning over the side. Frankie and Felix, you're just like, oh, that'll never fit on here. Ooh, rough tro. That looks expensive. Yeah. it
Hi
does.
guys.
Hey, have you guys
Hello.
seen Lachlan?
Oh, he
I'm gonna
wants.
need.
yeah.
I'm gonna need Lachlan.
Ooh, both of them at the same time. Ooh, and then they go back over the edge.
Hush, come on.
Everybody's like waving. You guys
I'm
see like the
being held.
usual group, and then Lachlan does come over, and he's just like,
Not yet. I'll make it easier for you, but we gotta get everything off of it first.
Then finally, Eggle just he's in a big like it's almost like a bomber jacket, big like fluffy fur. He comes around and he's like, "Hey everyone! Oh God, no!
We got another one, and she just holds up Hush.
My hands being held. I'm being lifted.
No, she like underarms you, like.
All right, but Lotus
Whoa.
is holding his hand.
Lorelai, there's another child," and he just turns.
Sorry, Hush. That's just the easiest way to tell them. Otherwise, they'll say no.
Get up.
Lachlan comes down to join you, and at that time, you guys see Lorelai. She's wearing, instead of her normal coat, she's got this big, thick brown leather coat on, and her hat, and she's got all of her ducked out, big, puffy, like white fur around the collar of it, and she comes around, and she's just like, "Oh, fuck."
Hush, say hi. No, you can say hi.
You're feeling him. He's trembling.
Yes, I know
He's
she's very pretty. I understand, but you have to
Hello,
introduce yourself.
Lorelai. This child will speak to you in your head soon.
He's a telepath.
Yeah.
Hi. Is
You remember what happened the last time there was a magic kid on my boat?
This one won't blow up.
Wait,
I
which
think
one?
you don't.
Archibald. Oh, like lean into Mara. Archibald.
Hello, Lotus. All right, get on. Are we bringing the? She like gestures vaguely at the carriage.
Yeah, and all the horses.
Where are you gonna put? Where?
Under in the storage room.
Yeah, it's not gonna fit horses anymore. We made modifications that you asked for.
Oh, you did? You got it?
Yes.
I'll find a spot. Don't worry.
This one is named Ass Fuck.
Please let that be where we end. Come on, that's amazing.
Can't be.
No.
You can't. There's one more thing to do.
Okay.
You guys start loading up as Twink starts trying to figure out where the horses are gonna go and everything. Lorelai is angrily overseeing the attempted transfer of 6 horses and a carriage onto a frigate.
I'm gonna when we get to the carriage, I'm gonna help with that.
Okay.
I'll tell
but before you
Lorelai-
guys,
Wait, before as Lorelai's looking angrily off, I'm just like, oh, by the way, Lorelai, first off, great to see you again. Second off, I got all of your weapons back.
Is that a smile?
Hello, if you'd like to meet me in your
come here. Come here.
that's
You can do
I
it.
meant like later, but okay.
We're gonna have a drink, and I'm gonna put up my wall. She like pulls you back in.
Okay, goodbye, everyone.
And then
Where are you going?
before you go, Mara catches your attention. Needs a moment
Mara?
of your time.
Who, me?
Wait, whose attention?
You
Mara,
catch our
all of
attention.
the
All of it.
to
Oh,
catch
hello.
us. Yeah, he's just sort of standing on the dock,
Yes. One
sort of
moment.
staring off at the ocean. But he calls you all over.
Okay. What's up?
I don't think I can go with y'all.
What?
What do you mean?
I can't go with y'all.
What do you mean? We're on the ship.
Yeah,
We can all fit.
I
The horses don't have to take your bed. We can.
no, I can't go with y'all.
Mara,
Bye.
No. Not
Huh?
bye. What
He
do you
said he
mean?
couldn't go. We gotta say goodbye.
Why can't you go?
I've been informed that y'all remember how Drayden said that he was looking for me?
Yes.
Yeah.
That he wasn't really gonna act on it though?
Sure.
Sure.
He's acting on it.
Okay.
He's
Let
coming to
him come.
find me.
Well, then he's gonna find all of us.
No, because I'm not going.
All right.
But it's not
Bye.
just Drayden. It's the fire genie himself.
I run up and I like latch onto Mara. It's like, no, we will fight bad guys together.
Other leg. We killed the ones that attacked. We're fine.
It's more than that. I've already put y'all in danger once by putting out this giant wall of wind when I could have done better.
I mean, that's fine.
It was a
We still
mistake.
lived.
This is me doing better.
No, it's not. No, Mara, listen. Do you think you can handle it on your own? Fighting Drayden and a genie?
I won't be alone.
Well, if you will be, if you
I'll hit
leave.
my staff.
It's that little gold.
Oh,
shimmering-
that cost me so much money, and you're just gonna take it?
Not wait, not my staff, my quarter staff. Like
Same
not the
thing.
actual healing
Oh,
staff.
okay.
The one with the gem.
Yep.
He does have the healing staff on his back, though.
What I said stands.
Okay.
Mara,
Taps quarterstaff.
Mara, please let us fight with you. You didn't put us in danger. If we didn't want you around, I mean, regrettably so, we probably would have just kicked you out. But we didn't. We care about you.
We got pretty close.
But we didn't.
I mean, I had to talk. Like,
But we didn't.
Mara, are you sure?
Let's meet back up at Coronation. But for now, I think I gotta go.
What are you going to do if he finds you and Noxus is there?
You can try.
I bite Mara.
Oh God!
Ow!
No!
Lotus.
No!
I'm heading north for answers.
But you'll be all alone.
Lorelai's just like, you're going north?
Yeah.
The only thing north of here is ice, and then the oh,
The what?
Star elves.
I don't think he means that far north. He's going back to the coronation.
yeah. I mean, regardless, going alone when you're not used to the cold is dumb. You should, at the very least, not go alone.
Hey, I know a good crate packer down there who seemed pretty reliable.
I mean, even then, we said that we would help you fight him. Even heroes in stories aren't ever alone.
How far north you going, Morrow?
Till I have answers.
Well, you know, we have someone in North right now who could meet up with you and help you.
Who are you thinking?
Our vampire friend. We could have Alina send him a message to meet you somewhere.
Of a vampire?
His name is Pietro.
You've been gone a week.
He's gonna come back and make a vineyard. You'll be happy.
I have a robot hand now.
You think he'll help?
Yeah, 100%.
That's not a bad idea.
Maybe
Just
take
make-
And bring him with you to the coronation so we can all leave.
Mara?
Yeah.
You still have the thing I made you, right?
I won't get lost with this. I'll know where I'm at.
Oh no, you'll be lost in like 5 minutes, but if we're close, we'll find you.
I'm a
We
woods
won't
man.
know.
I know
Promise
my
to keep
way
it on
through
you.
woods.
He's a woodsman. I
You think I could take one of the horses?
Of course, yeah. I mean, we just went through the
Big ass
trouble of bringing them all on board.
Lachlan, who's got a horse under either arm, up with the gangplank, which is like bowing under the weight, is just like turns around.
I'll take celery. I like him.
Who's my favorite?
On the gangplank, who was helping direct Lachlan, comes down a familiar reddish tiefling, Kayeda. And she's just like, yeah, what's with the gathering?
Mars splitting off for a bit.
It's a team meeting.
Sorry, I didn't realize I wasn't on the team. I also went to war with you.
Well, then why are you acting like you don't belong? Get in here.
She just steps up next to Lorelai.
Everybody huddle.
Yeah, she just steps up next to Lorelai, like, all right. Wait, so you're leaving? Like, you're done? War
Not
didn't
done.
get you, but the cold did?
No, it's not that I'm done. Just there's some things you gotta do on your own. This is my problem.
I mean,
It shouldn't be
Kaeda,
yours.
you're part of the group, right? You know, one of our favorite members of the
I don't
group.
think you've ever spoken a word to me. I think
Hello.
this one is the only one who's ever talked to me. She points at Lotus, and then she points at Hickory, and she was like, and I found her drunk in an alley.
How would you
I
like to
wasn't
go on a
drunk, I
group
was-
mission?
How would I like a what?
A group mission. You are a tiefling. You're good with fire, right?
Yeah.
Mara is currently leaving because he feels he's on the run from a person good with fire magic.
I'm gonna be clear. It's a fire genie.
So you need someone who can keep you warm and also protect you from fire.
Yeah, that'd be perfect actually.
You got booze?
And we'll meet back up at the coronation.
I have something better than
What? Okay, but
I don't know if there's
pull
any-
out-
We also have
I'll pull out
actual
the bush.
booze. Like Hickory just kind of points at the crate behind them.
How does Dolus summon the crate of alcohol?
Oh shit!
the
You didn't? Did you not spit that out yet?
no.
Oh.
No. All right, fuck it.
Okay, well, so that's one thing off the list. You're not going to be alone, but
And don't forget to find Pietro. We'll let him know where you're going. Just remember to tell us before you leave.
and we will be checking in through either Alina or Hush regularly.
Sounds good.
But most importantly, bring Pietro back with you.
Okay,
Okay.
I can do that.
And you have to.
Oh, I'm sorry,
come
and
back.
Kaede. I'm sorry.
You have to come back.
You have to.
Just like looking down at you.
If you don't come back, I will go find. He looks at Hickory. I'll go. I'll.
Lotus. I still she just kind of hugs Lotus.
Kaeda like leans in you, and she's like, I think we should go before she explodes.
You have to come back.
Lotus,
you
you're
have to.
vibrating. You're
Laura, promise us you'll come back.
Lotus, give me your hand.
Takes it.
Other, hold it like that.
Give me your hand.
And
Just like removes it.
I'll give her my old druid focus.
Aw.
Oh, what is it?
It's a sprig of mistletoe.
Aw.
Oh.
I've had that for a long time, and I want it back.
Okay, I'll keep it safe. So you have to stay safe too.
I'll be back to get it.
I'll just put one arm on Mara's shoulder. I'll look at the staff, and I'll look back at Mara, like knowingly, and I'll pull him into a hug. I trust you. I trust your judgment. Good luck.
I'll do my best.
I'll pull away.
I go to shake your hand.
Pull him into a hug.
Sucker!
Yeah!
I joined the hug.
No, I hate it even more now.
And I'll do like this. Everybody.
Everybody but Kaeda and Lorelai.
So cold.
Kaeda, come on, you're part of the group.
Lorelai, come on!
No, I don't.
Lorelai, you don't have to,
Lorelai?
it's fine. No, I understand, Lorelai. You don't
What
have
if he
You
dies?
remember what I did to your brother? Then he dies.
Okay, fair enough.
You guys do your big hug. And it separates, and Lorelai does step forward as the hug ends. She's like, all right, back up. She puts a hand on your shoulder. She's like, come back alive. You're pretty. And she pats you on the cheek and goes up the gangplank.
And in one piece, don't lose any limbs.
Hey.
If you do, I'll fix it for you.
Oh. Wow, that was actually
At a price.
sweet, Twink.
At a price.
Oh, never mind.
Mara.
Hmm?
Hush walks up to you and he's got his hands full of something. Oh, for the journey.
Is it butterscotch?
It's
So much butterscotch.
I'll grab
Oh
like
my
5. I'll grab like 5.
Can you take all of
Kaeda's
them?
like, oh, fuck
Just
yeah.
take
She just takes like a hand.
Those aren't into her head. Those aren't for you.
Oh, jeez. Holy shit.
Oh yeah, sorry. He's
Oh my god.
I'll also reach it into my bag. Give Hush a box.
the box.
It's the trash.
It's the fudge.
There's the fudge.
And then I'll open the box and grab one.
Oh my
Kaeda
god.
goes over and starts getting the horses ready.
Be safe, Mara.
Thank you.
Hey,
Good luck.
might... Never mind. He'll be fine.
What?
I was gonna say take a third horse for Pietro, but that motherfucker can fly, so you're good.
Yeah, that's true.
Or he can like ride on the back of your horse.
I don't want a vampire that close to me, I don't think.
Well, he's not going to be close to you. He's going to be close to Mara. Mara,
Yeah, I
you
just
might
meant to,
think-
like, gather
Never
the
mind.
things.
It's not the time for this. It's you'll be.
So Celery and Pinochle are all set to go. Kaeda takes Pinochle.
Of course.
You hop on Celery. Mara atop his white steed like Gandalf riding off.
With the healing
The art.
staff.
Oh my god. I need that. I need that.
And then as Kaeda sets off before you do. She just gives like a salute to Frankie and Felix who are both waving, and then she like waves back to all of you. And
Why is she
just
going
starts-
first? Does she know where she's going?
She's just going to the end of the dock and waving.
I will do the Gandalf.
The Gandalf thing, and you run. And Mara sets off at a solid trot up the dock away from you all.
Wave as he
Watches
goes off.
Kaeda ride off into the city of Isazvaengar.
I'll put an arm around Lotus and just tell her you'll be fine.
Nightly checkups.
Yes.
Helena, can you message Pietro and tell him to meet them north of Isazvaengar?
Yep.
Yes.
North of Warden.
How many words is that?
Isazvaengar counts for 3 words.
It just fills out
Whatever's left.
Boom.
All right, great.
She sends the message. Lorelei up like at the top of the gangplank is like, Starloss, weapons, alcohol, let's go.
Oh, all right, okay. I'll follow after Lorelei to her quarters.
All right, Lachlan, are you ready to get this thing up there? Cash reduce on the carriage.
Oh.
Oh,
As you guys
I
are
mean,
loading,
it's only half the size. Like, it's still fucking big.
that's true.
What's up, Crow?
Uh,
Crow.
Are you raising your hand?
Oh, I was gonna connect to Lorelei.
yeah, go right ahead.
In Lorelei's head, just. I don't know, Hush, thank you for letting me on your ship.
Don't blow it up like the last kid, and we'll be fine.
And I will take Hush's hand, and I'm gonna introduce you to everybody on the ship. Let's go.
How many people are there?
A lot.
You are the last two up, except for Lachlan and Twink, as they bring the tiny carriage up and set it up on the middle deck and start strapping it down, taking into account the fact that it will be bigger soon.
Oh, I just take the wheels off of it.
That's fine. I mean, you can still, you still should strap it down. And then, meanwhile, at the top of Isazvaengar, as the very, very narrowly, rarely taken path northward, Kaeda and Mara come to the top of the city and stop for a moment to turn back as they see the ship sort of starting its way out into the ocean. And Kaeda just kind of like gives you a nod. And then you hear a little sound out of your bag, and popping out of the top, Plume is just like, "Are we gonna be good?"
Oh God.
I forgot you existed.
What did you do? What's wrong? What's wrong?
How fast can you fly?
What do you mean? How fast can I fly?
Can you catch that ship?
What? No!
We're gonna be in danger, you idiot! Oh, wait, you're not. Okay, I need it. Hold on. No, you didn't know. It's okay. Oh God!
I met you.
Yeah, but this is more dangerous than that danger.
You were recently almost set on fire.
Yes, and I'm going to probably be set on fire almost every day, possibly.
We're in this together. He holds up his little fist.
Mara comes back with a tiny pile of ash.
And he's just like, we're gonna be heroes. As he like lets the thing close.
A plume of smoke.
And Mara nods to Plume and then looks back and watches as your ship sails off into the icy northern seas of Starloss. And as he separates from the group, that is where we are going to end our session today. For those of you at home worried, don't worry, Mara will return.
Maybe.
He is not Kiraning out into the east. But
I
for
have
now,
no fucking clue who Kaeda is.
Pulse won't.
you don't remember Kaeda?
No.
She's the hot tiefling on your ship who's been there since the beginning.
Listen, man, I
I
knew of
remember.
like. Thanks.
Bye.
Thank you all for watching. If you want to support us more, check out our Ko-fi in the description below. You can also join our Discord. Go check out other episodes. Keep an eye out for one-shots and other events that we do. Buy merch. The merch is there. There's merch. It's awesome. You probably saw the ad at the beginning of this video, the ad that needs to be updated. Hopefully it'll be updated by the time this video goes out.
will.
Regardless.
Mara,
Anyway.
give us a wave for because you're leaving.
Yeah. Come on. Close.
Oh.
Two finger salute.
We'll
It's
see you
something.
next Monday at 5 p.m. Eastern. Thank you for watching, and I wonder what we'll get up to. 5 players again.
We're
I know
gonna
what
die.
we're gonna do.
A girl was buried here.
Oh my god!
Here lies bro.
Bye.
It's very, very, very.
Is that
It's
a close?
very good.
It's very good.
It's very good.
Bye, everybody.
Very good.